Should be hopefully live now. So today, I have a little bit of a to-do list. We're going to add a screen that lets you loot. So at the moment, if I run the game, take like moments because why is it taking so long? I didn't need to compile anything. At the moment, if you hit scavenge on a tile, it just tells you what scavenging locations are there. So there's an abandoned mobile home, an abandoned house, storage shed, and a storage shed. Right. So it only tells you the loot, but we need this to open up a screen, like in the middle here, that like is the looting screen. So if I boot up the main game, I was actually playing the game for fun this morning. And then I got myself murdered because I didn't realize that wearing the clown mask limits your vision, which means that I was going to murder the big bad boss thing with the cheaty way that you can murder it, like basically guaranteed. And my character couldn't see it until it literally just like killed them. So yeah, I wonder if I hit continue and I done it. So we got a new game, myopic metabolism. So I've discovered that trapping is the best. Trapping's important. So botany, because botany lets you. Actually, I don't know if botany is really that important. Oh no, it does. It's got a really powerful thing. Range, because that lets you make a bow. Lock picking, because that lets you get the best loot. I'm a bit of a loot hoarder. I used to on my last run I took mechanic and electric because they let you do some fancy stuff at the starting location, but that doesn't work. Anyway, so we're gonna trapping and athletic because you need athletic to cheese the game. But anyway, I just want to show so you can use botany so that you can know what's the dogman that does something quest wise. I really don't know. Same as I interact with this because that does something with quest wise, and theoretically going back in does something quest wise. But anyway, we're gonna full screen it, and we're gonna come over here and go. Okay, so when I click scavenge, it just tells me what locations. But when this clicks scavenge, this happens. So we need to change the content window to being this, basically. So I guess when we spawn the common UI, we should probably label it as so. But yeah, so in mind, we need this screen to come up to show us what's available and also have the exit button. I'm not going to have a confirm button because I think just clicking these, like at the moment when you do this, like as you can see, yeah, unless you do one. But like if you hit confirm, I don't know, confirming stops scavenging if there's nothing in the inventory. But like it's got two inventory, it's just like it's a bit weird. Like if you ask me, it's a bit weird. Interesting. This location needs that icon apparently. I don't know how it does that. Anyway, anyway, so we're gonna go to screens. You have to go to UI and then go like to menus. I just need to work out. Oh no, it's the common UI. One of these is the content. So I'm gonna call this. Oh, actually, it's just, this one's just called. Yeah, it's a struct. So we're gonna make this an enum. All right, and it's an enum called common UI. So pub enum common UI. And then we're going to have the root, which is going to be everything. So when we say you open this, we can say root. So if menu exists, root, it implies all this stuff's already open. So then we need the, what was it? It was the context UI, which is that side panel over here. This is the context UI because depending on like which one of these is open, well, mine don't do anything. I go to the game. We're just going to exit scavenging, which doesn't consume enough. Okay. So if we open different ones of these, it changes obviously. So when you're in the in here, was it the camp? The camp would let you sleep and heal if it was available. This menu doesn't let you do anything. This menu, so like because these aren't available. So we're going to end our turn, and then they only show up in the right menus. And when we're in I don't know. I think that's just it. If there's an inventory, which is really hard to find when so like it disappears. So like this is contextual to whatever we've got open. So we need the context menu, but there's also going to be main content, right? And the main reason for having these is being different things, which also means we're probably going to have to rematch ourselves there as well. FM. So we need to change how your ID works. How does your path work? How does your ID work? I don't remember. It's been so long since I wrote this code. Why can I not control the missing fields? That's what we're gonna go to menu and look. So from what I think is that okay. So path is the type name, and then the ID is to hash the path. Okay, so that means because you're a cow string thing, we can go here and we can say we don't have to fuck with your ID, and we can just say fn get your path, and then we just say match self, and then this would be common UI like that into. Then this would be common UI slash context. And then this would be common UI slash content. In theory, I could make this just context and just content, and then like other things that can like look for context and content can just look up those. But anyway, the idea is that we just hash that string when we turn it into a path. But anyway, so this would be the root, like so. So we open the root, and then somewhere down here we spawn the content window, horizontal node, one of these. So you're going to be changed to common UI context UI, and then we get rid of this because, as we saw, that does nothing. We're just inserting that window. Okay, so you just become common UI, and then down here when we say common UI, we say common UI context. Context UI. So that should make everything still work the same. But now we have the ability to flag the content window, wherever that happens to be. Let button, left button, left scene, so gap, main. Okay. So main equals something like that, and then we go dot ID, right? And then we go to here and we say menu builder dot add menu. The menu is common UI root, and your entity is main. Something like that. It's going to tell me that it's not allowed to do that because there's that. Okay. Cannot borrow maybe more than once at a time. Right, so we have to do this at the bottom, which is kind of annoying, but there's probably a way to get around that by adding like some kind of like as submenu, because I think this has access to the menu builder. Like the menu builder, I think, has access to the menu stack, which implies that we could, in theory, say like spawn scene with, or like we could say as submenu or something like that to like encode this into part of the chain and therefore not need to be separate out. But I don't care. Not root. Main is main. Main content. Right. So we need a new odd screen. So this is going to be scavenging screen. We have to go like scavenge. So we have a scavenge screen, and then I guess this will work something like not entirely sure because I don't think there's anything that like main menu kind of does. trying to think if there's anything that would get rid of the menu to be like, maybe we can just assume that the menu always exists. But anyway, mod scavenge screen. Something like that. Then we want to go to the main menu and go, this is... I think the scavenge screen, we just go to like pub plugin, which has an app, new app, something like that. You need to use super. And that should bring in everything we need to be able to make the menu. And then we just say, pub, append. So, open scavenge. To open the scavenging screen, we're going to need access to, like, you know, menu builder. Menu builder, something like that. And then you're going to have like an app.on add system on enter screen, the game screen scavenge, and then we're going to say open scavenge screen. Right, and then we can say something like, let some menu equals menu dot observe open edit, not menu builder, menu manager. You don't need the builder. So dot edit menu. So we edit the menu, and then we're going to say reference to common UI, context UI main content. And then we say else. Maybe we're gonna error opened opened scavenge menu without common UI. Then you just return something like that. So that would give us the menu builder to be able to fuck with the menu. So I think the menu builder is going to need something like menu.clear. And then we're going to go to the menu builder and we'll add that as a functionality that we can call. And then we want to say, hello, welcome to the stream. How was your day? So I was very distracted when I noticed that you messaged. I hope your day is going well though. So we're going to say menu, and then we're going to say I don't know, label. This is the scavenger screen. Something like that. Which just means that the only thing... Wait, we can call clear on you? No, that surely isn't going to work. We do have to go to here. There's a menu stack, and the menu stack doesn't do anything, I don't think. Because it keeps a hash, which means that it doesn't actually track the order that which menus are open. Because I was thinking like what it could be is that when you close a menu, it should return back to the menu that you're in. Like when you click confirm here. This should boot you back into but I don't think you can click it from any other menu. So I guess taking you back to here would be a problem. Anyway, we need to go here. We need to go. This is trigger scavenge. So on trigger scavenge, technically we don't do any of this stuff. We just I guess for cleanness sake, we should probably leave all this stuff here. But instead of just printing out all of the shit that the player can loot, we should just get the cell. Right, no scavenge locations. We just work out what cell, and then we say, actually, no, we can't. I was gonna say we can't even do that. I also feel like the hex map should maybe be its own, like, global one for the player at least. So literally all we do is we just say mute screen, and then we say like res mute next state game screen, something like that, and we say next. I say screen dot set game screen scavenge. So when I click the scavenge button, it should take me to the scavenge screen. Now, entering the scavenge screen should also probably clear the contextual menu that spawned. I think it's you that adds the scavenge button. I want to say flex grow 0. Please, for the love of God, stop making that button so fucking big. I mean, that's I like that you like. I'm happy that I can help you learn, but I'm not probably the best example of like a developer. Partly when I'm copying someone else's game, which I guess is going to make my implementation slightly better because it's like not like I'm designing things as I go. But also, I'm just terrible. Like the amount of stuff in here where I'm like, oh, I'm doing it this way because, but like the fact that almost the entirety of Neo Scavenger, like the base game, is written as well, in my opinion, really badly, but in a way that is kind of cool. Like the fact that it's something I could do because my inventory system, I think I've made flexible enough to actually do it. But like the looting is done by each of these looting icons. Like when I hit scavenge, okay. When I hit scavenge here, these what they've done is that this is actually 2 inventories. I don't know how they've managed 2 inventories. I'm assuming they have like a plugin or something that. And that's why they're doing everything as inventories, is because it seems a little odd that everything's an inventory, even though I would have thought buttons would be easier. But anyway, like this is an item in an inventory, and it checks what item moved over here, and for some reason it like locks out these other, like, it's very impressive inventory thing, but like the fact that it's done with an inventory, and then like if we go to the actual encounters, which it's so impressive that they made everything work as inventories, but also very weird. Like if we go to the encounters, the way that the encounters work is it's saying item 90. So these are like encounter responses. Is it's item group 90, which are all like they're like exit, go deeper, go, like they're all like responses. And then it's like item 60 in the group 90. And then it's like if there's one of these items in the inventory, well, I guess these are the items that can be put in the inventory. No, yeah, these are the answers. So I don't know how it calculates to put them in the inventory, but like there's also a, like if you leave it blank, do this, which is just to loop back to this event, because I think this is event. Yeah. So if you don't do anything, it just doesn't do anything. It just loops back in place. Whereas this one, when you don't do anything on scavenge, it stops scavenging. It doesn't just loop on the screen indefinitely, whereas the encounter does. But anyway, like they check to see if this item is in the inventory, and then they trigger this event. I've worked out, so this is the event ID, and this is the probability, because you'll see here, these ones have like a 0.5, which is the chance that you get injured. So this one is like, I think it's talk to the guy is what this one corresponds to, the item 26. And then there's a 50% chance that you get bruised and a 50% chance that you take no injury. But it's just, it baffles me that everything's done with a... I mean, thank you, Billy. But like, it's just so cool that like they've done it like with an inventory, like where each item in the inventory responds to, like gets a certain response. But it's just so weirdly put together. Like inside the encounters, I was because I've been getting like writing code that scrapes it out. I don't know how many of the streams you've been watching, but in the code that it spits out, like of the extracted stuff, a bunch of the encounters, I went, oh, surely you wouldn't have an encounter. I actually don't think it does anything. Yeah, I'm not printing out the encounters. That's right. No, at least not yet. Some of the encounters have modifiers, because like if we go back to encounters, I'm getting very distracted by talking about like how someone else has done this, which is impressive that they made it work, but also just really weird. So there's this modifiers field for like when you get this condition applied to you, which is very strange that like everything's a condition, as in like the flags for the story, but also the modifier. But anyway, so each condition has a modifier, and it's got like a thing which tells you the name of the modifier, and then the actual like value of the modifier are two separate fields, which understandably I think it's a limitation of the software they use. 1 kilometer of float equals float, float equals float, float equals float. Yeah, it is lots of weird stuff. Anyway, but if we go to like modifiers, things like add, what's it, recipe? So this one has modifiers 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 18, 19, 20, but they're actually all the field add recipe. So what this is doing is adding a recipe, but it's adding it as a modifier, which is not necessarily, because I guess technically this is the value of whatever this is, but like it also has this add effect. And the thing is that the add effects almost certainly was like maybe added later in development. So these adding recipes already existed, because adding effects do what the add recipe would be. Like you'd say add recipe 1, because if we go to the other effects, if we find like, if we just like cycle through all the effects like as things make much more sense. Like this is armor wound, like, you know, it adds armor to that item location, which is shoulder, head. You can tell I've read this code a lot because I know what these numbers represent. But it's saying that the armor wound equals 100.01 is saying that when you're wearing the mech armor, it has this effect. It does this once when you equip the armor, as opposed to the modifiers, which seem to trigger instantaneously, but also in this weird way of like, I had them as a hash map because I'm like, surely you can't have the same modifier, like a two fields that modify. No, you can, because add recipe can trigger twice, which to me, add recipe would be an effect. It would be like, don't modify a value to be modified back when the effect is removed, which is what I would think the modifiers would be. But no, the add recipe is fun. But yeah, it's just such a strange way of going about it, where like the modifiers is like you can have modifiers that, because it's the same as, I'm not entirely sure if you can have the same condition multiple times. I assume you can, because some of the conditions are like stacking. Yet I've never found a single condition that actually has the stackable trait. Let's see if we can find one actually, because it should be pretty easy to say, like to search for stackable and then set it to 1 and go like, what is stackable? Wait, what? Oh, wait a second. Nope. Never mind. I was going to say, because the shirts, you can wear multiple shirts. So it's like, hey, this modifier can be applied twice. But no, apparently you can get diarrhea multiple times. Diarrhea stacks. But like, I like this because it's like, oh, you sent. So I'm assuming that M means something, which is probably that it's a modifier. And so what it's saying is that like this adds 1 to your scent. It sets your water consumption to 1.5. Which makes sense. It subtracts 0.2 from your morale and subtracts 0.05 from your defense. I wonder if the stacking refers to the fact that they have a multiplicative multiplier, and therefore it's saying that multiply and then multiply again, so that's 1.75 times water consumption when you have both. But yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. Like this one, it's like min safe temperature is -1, max safe temperature, and body insulation is -0.5, but it's stackable. I guess you can wear 2 gloves, so wearing a high glove makes stackable somewhat make sense. I still don't know what it means, because there's things that I would think are stackable. Like one of the ones is like got question right. Got question. Michelle has asked her question. No, that's further. I know where these are now because I've been flicking around in the stuff. Yeah, answered all of Guinea questions. This is not stackable. Yeah, not stackable. It's answered Guinea question stackable? No. So how do you answer all the questions? I think it's got a threshold. That's what it is. One of these has like a threshold, which is saying like at a certain level, make it something else, which is very strange. So like one of them's like 3. So this is saying like when this gets to 3, give you effect 75. When it gets to 4, give you effect 51, and 754, which 754 is just here. It says death by ADS exposure. So these are like effects that it does, which is that like so somehow this combines, but this isn't stackable. So theoretically, you can't get more than 3 copies of this. It also doesn't have an effect, so it's not like it's setting something. So somehow you get 3 copies of a non-stackable effect. I am remaking this game, Neo Scavenger, which was written in 2012. It's written in Flash 13, so it's really clunky and has some weird idiosyncrasies. So the game's not being developed actively anymore. The developers have moved on to something else, so I'm just trying to recreate it in Rust and Bevy just to have something to work on so I can play the game. This is just the data files that I ripped like from the game that I'm just been going through because it's a bit weird. But today, specifically, in the game, when you go to a location that has a magnifying glass saying there's locations you can click scavenge, and it brings up this screen of the different locations you can scavenge. And so in my version, when we open this up, so we have magnifying glasses on the locations that can be looted. But if I click scavenge, it just tells me in the console what I would go again. Okay, apparently. Oh, right, that's right. I modified the code. It was telling me what location I could scavenge, and then if they went to a different location, you could click it again. But I disabled the code. I want to go into game development, and I am. Honestly, no, because otherwise I'd probably be doing game design. I've made a few games that are on my itch, mostly game jam games where like I made like a reactor simulator where it had some really buggy stuff. Where so you could like build a reactor, and the idea was we were trying to make it like cellular automata reactor style. That like you did like an actual heat simulation, and if the material got above its melting point, it would act like a liquid, so it would try and fall down. And then if it got above its boiling point, it would act like a steam and like try and float up. It just had issues because for like performance reasons, it doesn't like check every single cell. So I was like checking every odd cell and then every even cell for doing steam, which meant that effectively once it turned into a steam, it would float up 1 pixel, but then the cell below it would check, and that would probably float. So they kept oscillating back and forth because it was doing like a density check, and so they would constantly keep swapping back and forth with each other. It was cool. I liked it. There's lots of other games I did for the game jams. Like I did it's extra dimensional, which was like a hexagon grid like this, but then you could like click a beat key and you'd go inside of a voxel world. So like similar to how this has a scavenge to go into the scavenging stuff. You could do that and you'd go into the hexagon world, and inside the hexagon not the hexagon world, you go to a voxel world and you could like build and interact. Like you could build a little factory, and it had like little physics-based factories, so like pistons would push blocks around, and you crafted like multi-block structures. So like to craft a furnace, you'd make a 3x3 by 3 block of cobblestone with a hole in the middle, and then it would like after like 3 seconds turn it into a furnace block that was like then only a 1x1 block. What else have I made? Like a potion crafty game. Like I like a lot of the games that I make, but like I tend to never finish things because I get too distracted. I am way too ambitious and just yeah. I did use AI for a while. I've never used AI in any games I've made. I've used AI for making tools for like making YouTube videos and stuff like that. Like that let me like paste in some Rust code, and then they spit out like a pre-formatted rendering thing. So for when I do rendering, I do it with Motion Canvas, which lets you like basically write code to generate animations. And I used AI to let me like paste in Rust code that would then generate like the templatey sort of block of like it would split out. So if you look at like a Rust thing, it would automatically, I need to find a structure, go node maybe. So it would automatically like split the, make pub struct node appear and then make each field appear on it like one at a time. It would automatically do that. Not really, because again, nothing I've made is complete. If you want to look at some of the stuff that I've done, like you can go to my itch and So like, I think they work in browser, but like none of them are done. They're just, not like working. I don't think we added a different material. Is it even gonna work yet? Okay. So let's first go into settings and go like maybe. We want to go down to maybe like 5, maybe not 15, please. 5, 3, 5. I'm gonna go like 5, 5.5. Set map. Just to make it run a little bit quicker. So it runs way faster in native, but the idea is that like right now, I don't think you can access the shaders again because the web version is just not as good. Wait, well, did I accidentally close the window? What the fuck happened there? Why did it close? Alright, we'll just hit new game again. It's going to be way slower now. Yeah. Okay, let's try that again, but like set. So we'll go settings and we go back to. Let's go back to 3,3,3 because again, setting it smaller it is, the faster it'll run. So each of these green, I think the idea it's very easy to control W or whatever so that you accidentally do things. So the green is uranium, which is slowly generating heat. I think the blue is thorium, which again is also generating heat. So eventually the see again, wasn't really built for web. So somehow I have hit some key combinations that have decided to lock me into permanently flying upwards. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm permanently flying away. God damn it. Please no. Alright, we'll try that again. We'll set it to 3. As you can see, the polish was not there. We were trying to get it done. Me and the person that worked with this was like trying to do it like on the last possible day kind of thing. So you're going to get a new game. And you're going to very carefully, not multi-click buttons. So it'll take a while, but the uranium and the thorium will heat up the wax, which is the white layer, which will melt, which eventually will heat up enough and it'll melt the rubber layer, and the whole thing will like sort of turn into a puddle. Assuming it gets hot enough, because I think it's probably constantly venting heat to the atmosphere, but yeah, no. It's cool in concept, but in practice it just doesn't work. I did have a job, but I recently quit, recently being like 6 months ago, because I couldn't finish my course basically just because I'm currently looking for work, but I don't know what I want to do, so I've just been streaming. Should we go back to itch? We'll just like look at my other one. I don't think. No, the other one doesn't work either. None of my fucking games, like, because again, you get to the game jam. So Herbal Alchemy is probably the only one that actually works on itch, because I think this one also doesn't work because literally I changed like one line of code that meant that it worked locally, but it doesn't work online. So you can walk around and you're in this hexagon thing, and when you hit like enter, you enter the hexagon, but then this crashes because it tries to access the file it's not allowed to access, and on the computer it doesn't care, but on the web it just doesn't work. But yeah, you could go and you could build like voxel stuff and build a little factory inside of each of the hexagons. The experience of streaming is alright. My channel's not really big enough to make any money. Like I make like maybe 10 cents every stream, and I'll stream for like 8 hours. But it's something to do. Otherwise, I just end up not doing anything. So we'll do like one last thing. We'll show my itch. The only game, I think this one actually worked. This one I actually got to do. Avoided Nomicon is also like a weird thing of like you just like combine two elements together to get a different element, and I made all the sound effects myself, and it was just being dumb. So error on this. Yeah, I don't think none of them worked very much in the web because I made them failed to load inventory and not found. Yeah, cool. So in this, I don't remember how this worked. This is going on years ago. So the coconut tree would grow, and then you can do something. Come on. Why can I not pick coconut leaves? Can I chop the tree down, maybe? Okay. So chopping the tree down gave me like log and also gave me fiber. I didn't pick any coconuts, so I think I'm just share a lot. Let's restart that then. Because I remember you like actually pick the coconut. So the coconut tree would grow eventually, come on. And then it starts growing coconuts. Yeah, I only program in Rust. Not that I don't think that the like languages are good, it's just that like I'm really bad. So I'm gonna pick some coconuts, otherwise you can't replant the coconut tree. But like I think at some point I planned to have the ability to like replant trees. Anyway, so we got like a ripe coconut, still green. So now we can cut down the tree, and then we can like replant the coconut, I think. Maybe we have to put a ripe one. Is it shovel? I don't remember how to replant the coconut tree. A trowel, maybe? Yeah, so you can replant the coconuts. But then you can go here, it's console, inventory, main menu. I don't remember how this works. Oh, the clippers, bro. So, what do you want? Give me a potion of, so they want to, so basically the way it works is they want a potion of Ice Storm, which is saying that there's ones is lower than 4 and one, minus ones is upper is 5 equals 3. So, the way it works is it uses like a 8-bit number. Hello, welcome. Page. So yeah, each item has like, well, each potion I guess has a 5-bit item. Did I help? Brew. Coconut. I don't even remember how to play the game. I do something. Axe, cut tree, plant seeds. Who fucking knows? This is how you know the game is bad. But anyway, basically you make a potion that is represented by a 8-bit number. And then like each, depending on the bits, can tell you like what the potion effect would be. So you have to like do different things to like make the potion. Can we do like brew dash help? Does that tell me anything? So we can brew, add the current ingredient. So it says I don't have any ingredient selected. So I have to go out of here, I think. Go back to the hand. Can I select? There was definitely a way of selecting an ingredient. Apparently I cannot select items in my inventory. This game is buggy as all hell. Apparently everything. Due to lack of education material. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the issues with a lot of programming languages that they're kind of in English because most of the people that make them are like professors and stuff like that that are speaking English. Yeah, but the idea was that you would brew a potion and depending on the ingredients you added would add or remove different bits. And I think you could do some modifications. Like if we say brew taste, it's just water. So when we brew add wood. Can I brew add help? No. So it won't let me select an item is the issue. It was definitely... Okay, I think the game may have crashed. Honest. It's throwing an error or something. Uncaught exception. Yes. The answer is yes. Yeah, anyway, so you would add different ingredients, and I think you could do different things to the ingredients, and the idea was to try and get certain bits set and certain other bits set, like as it said, where it's like, oh, it needs to have less than 4 ones, so less than 4 bits on, and one of and bit 5 had to be a 1, and that would yeah, so if you had those conditions, you would have that potion effect, and then you could hand in the potion. And the idea was that you would be able to combine and make like random. You'd like try and work out how many different potions. And I think you could do different things. Like I don't remember how, but you could like burn something would set certain bits to certain other values or something like that. It was, again, I made the game like maybe 5 years ago. I want to say it was a long time ago. Actually, we can look. I'm getting very sidetracked. What was your itch? I'm gonna go back to my profile and go, when did I like publish this game? Uploaded 2023, so like 3 years ago. It's actually not as long ago as I thought, but anyway. Yeah, so 3 years ago I made this, and I can't remember how any of it works. Yeah. I made lots of other stuff, but again, like most of the time I end up making like sort of in-betweeny things. Like I've made Snake a few times and stuff like that on stream. Anyway, let's get back to actually making a window. So in theory, that set me to the correct screen, which is going to say, which is why it stopped displaying the scavenger stuff is because we got to here. It should have popped up a message that says this is the scavenger screen. It didn't, but it should have, which throws me. So common UI, why did you not set the screen? Can we also maybe like print line opens, well, I guess it's more like info. Info. Open Scavenger screen. Something like that. So then if we restart this and run this again, it should tell us that we're in the scavenger screen. I think what the issue is, no, okay, so we opened the map UI, but for some reason when I click the scavenge button, it's not opening the scavenger screen, which doesn't make sense to me, because it very much should. So, oh, okay, wait, that would make a lot of sense. We didn't add the scavenger screen as an actual thing that it's allowed to go to. This is go to screen. We're going to go screen plugin, and we want to say app.add plugin scavenge screen plugin. There we go. Now it'll actually work because it'll actually open the scavenge plugin. Right, now you're going to yell at me saying that menu clear is not a thing that you're allowed to call. So we have to go to the menu builder, wherever that happens to be, which is the menu builder here. So menu builder is going to be have a new theme pub clear, which is then going to take in, I guess, self, and going to say self dot commands dot entity self dot root dot despawn children. You're gonna yell at me because I can't borrow that mutably. That's fine. Okay. So that should let me clear out all the things that are already spawned. It does make me think that maybe the context menu also needs to be cleared. Anyway. Now when we click scavenge, we said, hey, open scavenge menu, and then this is the scavenge screen. Yay, okay. So go back to the scavenge screen, so we go clear this. We also probably need to do something like let some menu equals menu dot edit menu common UI context UI else. No, probably nothing. We probably just want to say menu dot clear, and then we say if let's up. So basically, if there is a context menu, clear the context menu, because that just means that the scavenge button won't be there. As you can see, there's no scavenge button there, but when I open mine, it would, well, not anymore, but like the scavenge button would have stayed, which is incorrect behavior. Come on. So it says this is the scavenge screen, which is good. Now the question is, do we want to set like the background color? Maybe. We could do that, like menu dot insert background color color linear RGBA like 0.3. I think it would probably be smarter to spawn a gray panel on top. Maybe. My only thing for thinking is spawn a gray panel on top is that that would mean that when we go back to the world screen, which is to open the main UI here. This checks to see if that's open, and then it says spawn this screen in, which is this is the scavenge button. So we're going to say menu dot. Like if the first thing we do is menu dot. Well, that's the context menu. So we want to say something like let if let some menu equals menu builder dot edit menu common UI main content, and then we just want to go menu dot clear. So the idea is when you're in the main, like when you're in the map menu, we want to clear the content, and then we want to go in here and reinsert the scavenge button. This is taking a very long time to build. What the fuck is wrong? I've been noticing my computer's fans have been on the entire day, so I wonder if my computer is just cooking itself. It's just not doing anything, apparently. It is doing literally nothing. The hell? I probably should restart my computer. Just pop this over here. I have like hardware monitor or something installed on my computer. I remember, yeah, open this up. I'm wondering if my computer is thermal throttling or something. Like nothing is running at high utilization. How do I check the temperature? I don't think I can check the temperature. The GPU is only running at like 40 degrees. But I'm wondering if what's happening is that the I wonder if my computer's being thermally throttled because I'm currently running it on like not the correct type of thermal paste. But annoyingly, it won't tell me the fucking temperature of the GPU. But the fact that the fans have been running continuously makes me think that maybe it is. It doesn't feel very warm. Anyway, we click play, we go scavenge, which brings up this screen, which is apparently way too bright. We go to GIMP and get like the color picker out and set the right color. And color picker. Oh, you gotta do it a different way. You can for some reason you can use the GIMP color picker and you can like color pick on not the game, like or not GIMP. So out of 100, it's apparently 16, 18, 17 percentage wise. Yeah, no, that's expected because that's like a Rust thing. So what's happening is when it's building the final binary will take like 15 seconds on its own. So it'll be building lots of things really quickly. But like even if it does nothing, I would expect it to take about like 5 to 6 seconds, just like with no changes, just to rebuild. Like if it just changed one file. But what's making this thing is my computer is that it's not like it's because like not even one thing is being capped out and it's just not doing anything. Makes me think that it's my computer that's like thermally throttling, and it's just because I can't read the temperature that it's just not letting me know that it's actually just not doing anything. Anyway, we need to go back to our scavenge screen and we say, what did I say the values were? So it was red is 16.5. This is 18.4, and this is 17.3. Apparently that's what this grey is. Which, I mean, yeah, it does kind of look like a bit of a greenish grey, doesn't it? I think there's 32 cores, if I remember correctly. And it's annoying me because you can't fucking buy a better GPU anymore. Because I was going, oh, maybe I'll commit to buying a better CPU because the more CPU cores you have, the faster it can compile. And if I was going to like actually try and do streaming, it's kind of like, well, you don't want it to take fucking forever to compile. But no, the new GPUs are worse than my old one, which is like 3 or 4 years old now at least, I think. So, you know, like, but basically to buy the next generation of GPU, they get significantly worse, except they can do AI better. Like they are in like every metric for normal code, like what I would need to be faster, worse the new generation are like either the same speed or slower. It's harder to get as many cores, all that kind of thing. But they have like 8 cheap AI accelerated cores, and it's like I don't fucking give a shit about an AI accelerated core because I don't want to be running any AI. Anyway, apparently that's the same color. I wouldn't say they're the same color, but anyway, you do you. Probably all got gradients and stuff. Anyway, so this is the scavenging screen, which also hides this stuff. Cool. I guess what's next? So we need to have the section for the icon, the section for the text. Something tells me that they've got a pretty fixed layout, because the fact that the text doesn't go into this section, and this is the section where you're like, as the player, like if I go out of here, it's this section here, makes me think that maybe that they've got some kind of weird layout. Anyway, so we go to scavenge and we go, okay. So we need, I don't think we need a confirm thing. I think we just need a item cancel. So, yeah, it annoys me that the AI shit's come in and basically said that the next generation of computers will be worse, but better AI. And I'm like, I want a faster computer, please. I don't even necessarily want a faster computer. I just don't know if I trust this one. It also annoys me that for some reason, like no matter where I look, because I know it can definitely read it, because if I go to my like BIOS, I can fucking see the temperature of the CPU. But like for some reason, it's just not easily accessible in Windows to get access to the CPU. But one of the annoying things is CAZ says 24 cores and 32 threads is because it can most mosquito. Yeah, like so there's 24 cores, which means there's 24 physical cores, but there's only 32 threads because 16 of the cores are efficiency thread cores, which means they only get one thread, like one logical process, whereas the non-efficiency cores can run 2 in parallel because they do it's like a fetch thing, like it's just a GPU thing. But it's like I would rather have fucking 48 logical processors than have 16 efficiency cores, because I don't want efficiency cores. And it's like, and I bought a fucking gaming GPU, but apparently no, or CPU. I mean, it's like no, you're not allowed to have a gaming CPU. Anyway, so we need the picture section. So I'm trying to think how to set this up. So we want to do something like so we're going to clear the menu, and then we're going to do this as its own thing. So we're going to say menu dot, I guess we'll call it like a scene. Then we're like BSN, right, which goes something like that, which then goes like, it could be like, you get this, you get this, so you get the background color, you also get node, and the node is going to be with val percent 100, and your height is val percent. The main reason that I want more cores is just because when you compile in Rust, it will effectively, like if I did, I'm going to regret this, I'm going to cargo clean. This will be a definite sign if my computer's being firmly throttled or not. We go cargo clean. So this is a fresh build so that it has nothing, like, because the other ones are what you call incremental builds. So it's like it doesn't have to rebuild Rust. It doesn't have to rebuild Bevy. It doesn't have to rebuild all the dependencies. It only has to rebuild the stuff that's actually changed. So if I now go run, it's going to compile 461 crates. But you'll see how quickly it compiles all these crates. And it's because if I come into here, every single core should go up to 100%, because each of these dependencies is independent in that, like, with the dependent, but it can compile the ones that are not dependent on anything first, and then compile the ones that are dependent on those second, and then compile the ones that are dependent on those. So the idea is that you can compile a shitload of these in parallel, where it uses every single core. So the idea is more cores means more quicker. You know, like if I had 48 cores instead of the 32, it would be compiling 30% faster because it just has 30% more cores. So it's not entirely a one-to-one, so it'd probably only be about 25% faster, or maybe only 20% faster, because it's only during this section where there's lots to do that can be done in parallel. But it's only when there's lots to do that can be done in parallel do you actually get the speed up from having extra cores. So when it gets close to the end, because while there's still hundreds of cores, there's still hundreds to do in parallel. But as it gets close to the end, when it gets down like there's only like 3 or 4 crates left that all depended on the previous ones, it will slow down because it can only do 1 or 2 at a time because they all depend on each other. Like the chain becomes more narrow and it can only parallelize what's not in parallel. If that makes sense. Anyway, so we're gonna have a scene, which is background color, and then we're going to have node, which is 100% by 100%. Okay, and then in that, we're going to have a... I mean, theoretically, we could just say children. Just do that. Apparently I spelled children wrong. No. Okay. Cannot something... failed to load back... Oh, no. It's saying my ID can't run because I ran clean. And so clean means that the macro hasn't been compiled. So it's... so every crate gets compiled. So every dependency needs to compile its dependencies, which need to compile their dependencies. So if you have multiple crates in the same project, which this one technically does because it's got this sub crate, which is my hexagon map plugin. But like technically, yeah, they would be compiled separately. But the idea with doing that is it only recompiles things that have changed. So the idea is if I put this in its own subcrate, it doesn't get recompiled unless I edit map code. Whereas if it was in the same like main thing as here, if I edited something that it might rely on, then it would also be recompiled. So the idea is that, yeah, you have to compile everything from the bottom up, but only once. And part of what's making it take so goddamn long to compile is that I've got this little thing here. So what this does is it's the profile.dev.packages wildcard means every package, every dependency that my crate has gets compiled at op level 3, which means maximum compilation, absolute maximum efficiency. And so it compiles all its dependencies at maximum efficiency, but in debug mode. So there's still technically it will be even faster in release. But like what this does is it removes a bunch of like bounds checks and optimizations where the compiler spends longer looking at it, working out how to make it run faster. And you do this in your dependencies so that your compiling stays fast, but it means that your first compile takes longer because your first compile takes ages as it has to compile all of like everything in release mode. Like it has to do lots of compile checks. But once it's done at once, it means that all the code doesn't need to be done again because unless you update the version of Bevy that you're using, nothing changes. So Bevy doesn't change. Why not 2? Because 3 is the highest. Like I could do it in 2. And 2 would be faster to compile, but it would also mean slower to run, like as in like the code speed. So it doesn't actually matter. You could do 2 because I think from what I remember, even just op level 1 significantly improves it. But Bevy has a big limitation where it's really fast in release mode. But if you try to do something like render thousands of meshes or thousands of entities at the same, or hundreds of thousands of entities in a debug build with no optimization, it's really slow. For no other reason, like it's not because Bevy's slow, but because Rust puts lots of like bounds checks and things like that, which it can very easily remove because it knows that they're not like, like if it does any kind of optimization, it removes them. But in no optimization, it doesn't do any of those, so it doesn't remove them. So the idea is that like you put an opt level and any opt level above 0 like significantly improves Bevy's speed, but it's like may as well go for 3 because it takes ages in like, as you can see, it's going to be 5 to 10 minutes here. Also, with base clock speed, the actual speed. So yeah, my computer's definitely thermally throttling because usually it's sitting about 4.2 and it's only about 3.8. So it's definitely getting too hot, not cooling properly. Anyway. But yeah, so the idea is that I'm sacrificing 5 to 10 minutes here to make sure that I'm not going to be going, man, my code's running slow. And it turns out that it's actually not my code, but the fact that I haven't compiled in release. It gets even faster in release still again because this is the debug profile still compiles with the debug flags enabled, which means certain things still get printed. and still like certain checks are still done. Whereas when you turn the debug flag off, they don't even get done. But yeah, the idea is that it is a sacrifice of upfront compile time. Anyway, it's going to tell me in a second how long this took. Anyway, we'll continue work on this. So we're going to have children, and then children. And then each of these children is going to have a... I don't know why it's having an issue with the background color. Oh, background color doesn't like that, does it? Let's see equal. There's like a weird thing where it doesn't like the color. I remember having this issue before where I have to like go something like this or it doesn't work. No, okay, maybe the macro is just dead. Well, the macro is definitely dead because now I have to wait. So let's see. When does it say? So it took six minutes to compile for the first time, and that was unoptimized and debug information turned on. But Bevy is optimized, so it's not quite unoptimized, but it's much slower. But you know, doesn't actually matter. And then it's the same. Anyway. So now we spawn this window. So anyway, if anyone's curious why this is throwing an error, is that the Rust analyzer compiles its own separate copy of the code. I think it compiles it in a certain way. So like one of these is like fly zero check or something. One of these is the compiled version for the Rust analyzer, which is compiled separately. So that's why when I cleaned it, the Rust analyzer had to redo the Rust analyzer, which is what this cargo check is about. And so it's still recompiling the libraries to work out how to actually execute this to be able to tell me what's wrong with it. Anyway, we're going to say node. Oh, there you go. Now it's working. So it just took a while for the Rust analyzer to be able to catch up because it needed to recompile everything as well because they told it to clean. All right, so we're going to say node here. We're going to say that you have a width of val percent, and we're going to say like 50, and then you're going to have a height of like val percent 50. Right, and we're going to give you a name. I think it's the hash. And this is going to be icon. Right. You need a flex wrap. Right. So flex wrap means that when Bevy decides that something is too wide to fit, it will wrap it onto the next, like it'll wrap it around to the bottom. So we're going to paste that. It's going to paste that. So what this is translating to is we're going to have 3 children under this main node that we're spawning. This main node will wrap its children. This child is 50% of the width and 50% of the height. This child is 50% of the width and 50% of the height, which means that they should take up the top of the screen. And then this child is going to be, I guess 100% of the width of the screen and 50% of the height. Sorry, the other way, 50% of the height, 100% of the width. Not the best way of going about it, but anyway. That should, assuming it flexes the right direction, we also won't be able to see them, but that's a different problem. Result in a bunch of boxes. So we're going to say you. So we're going to give them background color so we can see them. We're going to make this one red, this one green, and this one blue. So I'm just giving them background colors because it's a way of being like, if I don't, I have to like individually go in and find them. So when we go to scavenge, yeah, see, I didn't give them colors. So your name is icon, your name is text, and you are buttons, something like that. Yeah, so we have a green one. Apparently the red one didn't work, which is a bit strange. Why didn't the red one work? Wait, why? Okay. Why is the red one not working? Common UI. Your name is node. You have children. You have a node. You have children. You have text icon. Okay, so you're not the right node then? Horizontal? Vertical? Background? Don't full screen. And don't full screen. Move this. Somewhere I can still grab it. Trying to make it so I can see a little bit more. So you have vertical, which would be this one, then node, which I'm assuming is this one, then a horizontal, which is this one. No, probably this one, horizontal, and then this one, which would be the vertical. The node is definitely the right one. So if I change your background color, right, no, kind of that. You have one child, which is then this is that parent. Apparently it has text and an icon, which confuses me. So that's the background. Why do... Oh, no, that's their names. Sorry, I forgot. Fuck, I called it text and I called it icon. So why are you... Your background color is blue. Icon's background color is blue. His text background color is green. One is missing, right? That or I fucked this up somehow. I don't get... So there's icon, there's text, and then there's button. So there's icon. What? You better not be reordering them somehow. Okay, text. Okay, I'm very confused about why this is not working. So icon was green, text was blue. Okay, now it's working. Oh, God. I don't fucking know what I did to break that. Oh no, that sucks. A dependency optimization. Yeah. That sucks. Well, if you have like a vague recollection of what it was, I'm happy to like try and explain something. But yeah, without actually being able to see it might be hard. Okay, so we have these three boxes here, which is going to be like when you open up the thing, this is what you see. Apparently this has the ability to be made bigger, which is actually kind of cool. I didn't know that it could do that. That lets you change attack line. Toggle more usage font size. Alright, so I guess the next step is we need to somehow I don't know how to do that. And looking around, there appears to be a few areas worth checking out. Okay, I'm going to try and work out where that is. Because I want to know what piece of information. So we're going to go... is it treasure tech? No, it's going to be in probably encounters would be my guess. Looking around. Apparently that's a very common phrase. I was going to say, it says looking around you. Looking around you, there appears to be a few places to check out. Greater than or equal to? No, that's just equal to. 41. Okay, so 41 is leave, which is why it says leave. 41. So equal to is just saying nothing. Then this is saying 131, 131, 132. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So these are the different items, I guess. So this is encounter blank, scavenger hex. Fell down a ravine. Okay. So I don't know how this decides what to do. I guess we just work on our code ourselves. I look at what my code actually has. Okay, so in my loot table, we have that the way we're scavenging the suburban scavenge. So the suburban scavenge doesn't have like an icon, so I don't know how it's picking this hexagon. I don't know how it did that. I guess what we could do is look up the actual hex and grab its icon. Like, there's no reason we couldn't do that. So, how do we do that? So we go back to like the scavenge screen, and we have to like work out precisely which hexagon we want to be on. So we're going to say player, which is then hex is this player reference to hex cell. Right, so that's the cell that the player is currently standing on. Oh, fuck. I do feel like I probably want to have that hexagons end up in a root hexagon thing of being like there's a global hexagon map, because it's a little bit tedious to try and have to get the hexagon out of the not hexagon global hexagon map. So yeah. All right. So we go. Well, I mean, the player should always be in a tile, so we can just say like a parent. I guess child of. And then we say hex, well, I guess we'll just call them tiles, which is then a query. Oh god, I'm sneezing all the time now. Alright, so we have to get like a query. And that query is doing something. The query is giving us access to, I want to say, your hex type, but that might be wrong. We can just grab image. Grab your sprite. Something like that. Because that'll actually give us the sprite. It's not the best way of doing it. It's in fact a terrible way of doing it, but I'm kind of lazy. So we're going to get to here, and we're going to get to here, and we're going to go, okay. So we have to go like, if let okay equals, no, it's not if let, it's let okay equals tile, no, tiles dot get, then we're going to say player dot 0, something like that, else print line, player is not a child of a tile. Now, not necessarily the best way of doing this, but the way I'm going to do it for now. Because the way that this is currently working is that the player is by the map system parented underneath what's considered a tile, and the tile is like the immovable stuff. So what's happening is that we're saying get the tile, get its parent, because it should be a child of the tile itself, get the sprite of the tile, which may not be the best way of doing this. I want to use the map, but the issue with the map is you have to do this weird like fucking rigmarole to get the access to the map. I need to modify the map to actually put it in the global map, but we'll get there. So we go to here, and we say children, and then we say icon, and then we go, so when we go to the icon is also going to have a child. Right, it's going to have children, and its child is going to be a image node, which is going to have an image, which is going to be sprite dot right. That's annoying. I don't think Bevy BSN lets you pull out subparameters of subparameters. So we're going to say let image equal sprite dot image dot clone, and let texture let atlas equal sprite dot texture atlas dot clone. So now we have access to those two things, and then we can go here and we can say image is sprite. Oh, sorry. Image is image. No, okay. Image is image, and texture atlas is atlas. No, yelling at me. Okay, texture atlas template from texture atlas is not satisfied. What do you mean? It just is the thing. I don't mind it. It's very clunky at the moment. There are like lots of weird things being like the fact that I have to declare this out here so that it can be used in here. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. As you can see, I've just hit an issue where it's saying, "Hey, the option template texture atlas template it doesn't work from option texture atlas template." So it's saying that I can't pass in a owned copy of the fucking value because it could be none. I think there was some kind of weird thing that I can be like, can I just do that? There was something about being allowed to use code in it. I don't remember how. Type annotation needed. Fuck you. Can I just make you some? And then unwrap you? I don't think that'll work, but you know. Expected type found variant sum. What do you mean? Yeah, that's annoying. So we could probably get away with saying like let I don't know, image, well I guess we'll call it icon equals image node, and then it'd be like your image is image dot is this sprite dot image dot clone, and your texture atlas is sprite dot texture atlas dot clone, and then we can say everything else is dot default, and that will give us an icon, and then we can come down here and we can just say, hey, you just get icon. Are you gonna complain? Possibly. The trait bound image node is not a scene, apparently. I know it's not a scene. Can I? You can do that, apparently. Can we? I don't think we can do that. No. Image node is not a scene list. Yes, I know. Okay. So apparently you can't use an image because an image is not fucking. This is just a bundle. Okay. I'm not liking this. No, I've never used Vim before. I tend to not try and just experiment with random things. I find it hard enough to stay on focus when I'm just trying to work on projects, let alone being like, I'm going to try a new editor every single day just to see if there's a better one out there. I also find Vim very confusing with its key bindings. Like, I like the idea, but I've never managed to even fucking get the basic shortcuts. So I can't imagine that I'm going to do very well with the Vim shortcuts. gonna work? No. Okay, is sprite dot image dot clone. So that works, and then we say let atlas equals. So something tells me that maybe if I do this, we can get away with it and be like, image is icon, and then texture atlas is atlas. No, it's saying that the trait bound option template atlas template from texture atlas is not satisfied. I hate you. Why? No, because it's like it. I know myself well enough to know that I am not going to be able to pick up the key bindings. It's not a I haven't learnt properly. I barely can navigate. Like I'm starting to use things like if I control and like in VS Code, but like Vim has like a bunch of weird shit where it's like, oh, you can do this other stuff, and it's not. I'm incapable of learning them because I haven't been taught. I'm incapable of learning them because my brain does not. Like, I'm not derailing days of my life into learning something that I'm very much aware that I'm bad at learning. I would consider trying it if I had like a reason to learn it, but I don't have a reason to learn it, and so it would be nothing but a curiosity, which I would rather be doing other things. Yeah, yeah, it's called having mental disorders, like fucking ADHD, and not being able to learn these things and being aware of it enough to not be like, I'm gonna fucking slam my head against the wall until I can. I know it's a skill issue, but like, doesn't mean I'm gonna do it. Um, yeah, except as I'm saying, I've been teaching someone Rust who uses Vim, and it's so much slower because they go, okay, what was the key? I get that once you've learned it, it would be faster, but I do not want to bother learning it, so it will in fact just be slower. Like it will just be more work. I understand that people that are good at it are faster because they are good at it, but that's also just like true of everything. Yeah, but it's an investment that I don't want to make. I I do not think that my limitation is how quickly I can edit code. If anything, that would make things worse because a lot of my limitation is how quickly I can understand code. Very little of my limitation is how quickly I can put words onto the page. It's about how quickly I can understand a concept. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter that I can write 10 times as many lines of code if I can't understand them. It's kind of what the issue with AI is at the moment. At least AI itself is can understand the code. Like, you know what I mean? Like it has some logical understanding, but what it means is because a programmer can now put out 10 times as many lines of code, there's no way they can comprehend what those 10 times as much code is actually doing. So they have to basically take a step back and become the manager of the AI and hope that the AI actually understands what it's doing. Like I have spent hours on stream even just fucking around not writing a line of code outside of like 4 or 5 notes as I try to wrap my head around some specific math that I'm trying to do. The limitation is very rarely how quickly you can put words onto a page, but how quickly you can grasp a concept to be able to expand that concept. Yeah. So I don't know why this texture atlas is being a pain in the ass. It's just yelling at me saying I can't use a texture atlas. And it's saying it can't turn a texture atlas into a texture atlas, which is the most confusing thing ever because it is literally the texture atlas. Key 1, key 3. Yeah, because like I'm saying, I would love to learn regular expressions. Helix is VS Code version that's like basically Vim key bindings, but it still has VS Code as the base. So it's like I want to say like how NeoVim is like Vim but like more modern, hence Neo. Whereas so the Helix is just Vim but using VS Code as the base engine and then building like Vim type key bindings on top or Vim type navigation on top. Like you don't have to use Vim to do the Vim stuff is the fun thing, but it's I don't want to learn the Vim stuff. But yeah, so a lot of the like I would love to learn regular expressions because a lot of times I've done this. Like it was one of the things that I really liked about using AI was that it let you do things like that. But like the fact that like in Vim I've seen people do like the stuff where they go like here and then they type like fucking combination. It's like find and replace every 6th letter with this. You know, it's like fuck, that's awesome, but it's just too much. I'm not good at that kind of stuff. Yeah, but like I think Helix also we can have a look at. From what I remember, Helix is like I think it uses the base VS Code thing and then builds up on top of it, so it's even more streamlined than VS Code. So Helix. So is it apparently a postmodern text editor? So it's just like a different text editor again. Multi-selection, tree setting, power, code manipulation, language server support, built-in Rust for the terminal. Okay, it's kind of cool. Modern build purchase. So yeah, it's just another code editor. I don't know. I assume that like everything, you can program it to be like Vim because that's so what I've discovered, and it's the most annoying thing. It's called it's not tech debt. It's like technical inertia, I think is the term. And it's like, why does everything have to look like C? Because if it doesn't look like C, then nobody wants to learn it. It's not because C is the most efficient way of laying information, because Rust is what you would consider a C-style language, which is that everything's in curly braces and then functions that like everything looks the way it does. It's what you call a C-style language, as opposed to something like I think OCaml, and the other one, the really fancy ones, Perl and things like that, where their syntax is completely different. It's like, why does all the big languages look like C? Because if it didn't look like C, nobody would want to learn it. So you go, oh, but it's got different motions to Vim. I guarantee you can rebind the motions to Vim, because why the hell would you cut off a massive part of your market by saying, you have to learn new key bindings? No, every single application that lets you do anything close to Vim will let you rebind them to Vim. You'll probably find it has a default that you can literally drop down the default and go Vim. If you go into something like, if we open up FreeCAD, if I've got it installed, FreeCAD. In FreeCAD, which is like a open source CAD program, I'm on, I hope load. You'll notice that down here, it's got Blender, CAD, Tinkercad, Touchpad, basically every SolidWorks, every other CAD program way of navigation. So these are like your built-in key bindings. Like, how does it navigate? Like, does it use the Blender style of middle click to move around, or versus the CAD? Like, does it use middle click or right click? Like, how do you pan the camera? All those kinds of settings. It's got presets for all the other applications, because you're never going to get someone to migrate from one of the other applications if you don't. So that's what I'm saying. It will have rebindable motions, and they will be rebindable to Vim. They'll either be a subset of or an extension of Vim's ones, and they might have different bindings by default, but they will, I guarantee you, have a Vim setting that sets them all back, because the idea is to try and make it as easy for people to navigate across from VS Code and from Vim. You're not going to like make it be like, oh, nobody wants to navigate across because it's too complicated. Let's just make it even more complicated. Trust me, like everything does it. Like there's so many applications that do things the inferior way because it's how it is. Honestly, Photoshop's got a lot where like every single clone of Photoshop, like all those photo editing software, have to look a certain way because if they don't feel like Photoshop, then the people that use Photoshop will not transition over. And since that is everyone, you have to look like Photoshop, which means that you end up with this weird lock-in of like, even if it's a really clunky way of doing it, because Photoshop did it that way, you have to keep doing it that way, because if you change, you won't get people that use the other way. I don't know. Helix says that you can run Rust in the console instead of having to use Vim code, so I would imagine that it's designed to run Vim code. But yeah, I don't know. Or Vim script or whatever it said it was called. It's like where everything looks like everything else. It's called being like a market leader, where it's like that's why Adobe is the shittiest company in the world, is that they don't have to make good products anymore because everyone has to copy what they're doing because otherwise it just doesn't work. But yeah, no, like there are so many things that look the way they do because the successor was that way. Like I was watching a whole video, like it was like a 2-hour video explaining why is everything object oriented, and it was going on about like, oh, is object orientation just the best way to write code? Like, is encapsulation the no? The reason everything's object oriented is because Java, like C++ was also a big object oriented thing, but really the object oriented stuff of C++ was more because he made C with classes and that didn't take off. So he added a bunch of other shit and that took off. So the C++ got object orientation stapled on because the guy fucked up and didn't clean up his mess. But everything else got it because Java, and Java got hundreds of millions of dollars poured into marketing, which made Java the default. Everyone went, oh, object orientation. If I'm going to copy a language, I'm going to make it feel like Java. And that means that things like JavaScript, copy Java, JavaScript, the like one of the few languages that if you do not know, you cannot work in tech, in that like everything on the internet uses JavaScript. JavaScript became object-oriented because Java was object-oriented, because they wanted to make it look like Java so that they could piggyback off the millions of dollars of money that Sun Microcomputers spent marketing Java. So it was this whole thing about like, why is everything object-oriented? Because Java was object-oriented. Not because it's the best paradigm, but because it was the paradigm that the company that spent hundreds of millions of dollars picked. Anyway, okay. It's annoying that I don't know how to make you. I don't know why it's yelling at me. The annoying thing is that if I split it out, I have to split it out like multiple ways because I can't. Yep. So we would have to lose the texture atlas, and as soon as we lose the texture atlas, that's it. God damn it, you suck. I mean, we can make it do other things. For example, we could say that don't just grab the sprite, but also grab the hex, no, type, cell type. No, it's poly inventory cell type. No, somewhere in our map we have our like world gen. I also have no idea how far behind you are because he's responding to stuff. Like I don't know what I was talking about. But yeah, no, it's just one of those interesting things where it's like a lot of the world is the way that it is, not because of it's the best way to do it, but people seem to think that's why. They go, oh, but if there was a better way, wouldn't we be doing it a better way? It's like, no, because you do not realize how much people do not like to change. It's always interesting to learn how much people do not like to change, but people do not like to change. is hex type, which is map hex type. We're going to grab the hex type. And we're going to import the hex type. Because what I'm thinking is if I whack the hex type, because it goes, oh, yellow. Okay, so we're going to say... Actually, ironically, we don't even care about the sprite. I'm literally just going to say, grab the hex type, and then we're just going to put the hex like that. I feel like I should be pulling the sprite from somewhere else, but... Not necessarily, because people will change because that's a personal thing. It's more like, why does every single like hero shooter or any kind of game that has any kind of class stick to the healer tank DPS? Like, it's that thing. Why does every single game have healer tank? It's DPS tank support. It's like, why does every single game have that triangle? Because that triangle is familiar to people. Everyone understands it. You don't have to explain it. The game can just tell you this is a support class, and everyone immediately understands what that means. So you end up with this situation where people don't want to change. Anyway, like they that makes sense. Like, people, like, the games can't experiment because of the fact that, like, they, yeah. I'm trying to remember how to do this. Does that work? Now you're yelling at me because that's not a scene, but I can fix that by doing that. What do you mean? The trait-bound hex Bevy scene is not implemented. What does it need to implement scene? My assumption is that some kind of additional thing implements scene. The following option types implement scene. Yeah, so there's some kind of weird hierarchy thing, which makes me think that what it's missing is a whole bunch of weird shit, like default clone, copy. So you have debug, clone, copy. I'm going to assume you need a default, which is just going to default to deep water. Hear about Kit from... Yeah, so like that's what I mean though. It's like, it's not that they don't make games that don't follow the thing. It's that like, it's the default. It's like, if you don't have those classes, then you just don't make an MMO. Well, it's not like you don't make an MMO. If your MMO most likely won't be successful. Like, even like the ones that were successful that didn't follow that thing now follow that thing. Like, I want to say that RuneScape's an example where if you look at early RuneScape, it did not follow the 3 system. Like, it was like Mage was just better than everything else, but was too expensive to train. Melee was the default. Everything did melee. Like, everything would melee you, and as soon as it started meleeing you, you couldn't range anymore. So range was basically worthless. Like, unless you could, were in multi, and then therefore, like, but like, eventually it became the fucking rock, paper, scissors that everything else is, because it's kind of like, well, if it's not, then it's just complicated, and people will gravitate away when it's like, so what you want to do is make your game as much like everyone else's so that you can steal their players without having to. It's not that you couldn't go experimental, or that you don't have like some that have extra ones off the side, but it's that core 3 that always come back. Like, just as like, to compare to your metaphor, I guess it's more like, it's not just like that you mainline one character because you're familiar with it. It's that everyone adds that particular character archetype to everything, because you're more likely to try a new game if it has a character that plays like a character you're familiar with than if every single character plays completely different to everything you've ever played before. Why is this complaining? Are you complaining? Yes, you are complaining. No variant associated function for constant named default water found enum hex type. I am not entirely sure how this is supposed to work. I personally do not, but apparently it is significantly faster to recompile on that. You know how I was saying about like it takes like 30 seconds when it gets to the last crate and you're going, oh, but like that happens on yours. That's what the dynamic linking stops, is that it's basically spending that 30 seconds linking like everything together. So if you use the dynamic linking, it doesn't need to do that every single time. Like it can just use the same blob and then it just like links into that blob. I don't use it because when it first came out, they said about it's not really stable on Windows. It works perfectly on Linux, but not necessarily on Windows. And I have not heard that that's changed, so I have never tried to use it. I mean, we can go give it a poke if you like, but I'm just going to finish trying to get this to work first. So we're going to say image node hex ambiguous type. That says hex type. So it's saying that I can't do that, but I'm so unclear why. It's got some kind of weird thing that it's just not liking. It really doesn't like this. The trait bound hex scene not satisfied. All right, so maybe we try and implement scene and work out what the fuck scene is missing. So if I like impl yeah, because apparently there's like a whole bunch of things that you can do to shorten compile times. Resolve. Context. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, but I think it wasn't necessarily that it wouldn't work. It's that it wasn't any faster because it was something to do with the linker. It was like the default linker on Windows didn't actually link into the dynamic binary properly, and so it didn't actually save you any time. It just didn't do anything, I guess. Oh, this is fucking. Fuck you. Conceptually describes what a spawn entity should look like. When a component entity should have. Scene is always a single top level entity, root entity for a list of scenes, multiple roots. Resolving scenes, adding a new template, editing an existing template. You generally don't need to resolve scene yourself. Instead, use the API like spawn scene. Yes. Okay, I have no idea why this is not working or how to make it work. I'm obviously missing some kind of derive on top of the hex. So no variant associated with the function can put it a hex to time. Or maybe you are a component, correct? Yes. Mm-hmm. I don't know. You're making not require a sprite. Okay, so you're annoying me because how the fuck does it even work? Um, hmm. It's so close to working, but then not at all. Like all I would really need. I wonder if I can say like let BSN equals. If I did this, like, is there a way that I can pull out the variable before I stick it in? Because all I would like, well, all I really care about is getting whatever this is, so I can just insert it later. Yeah, you don't like this. But what if I said like hash icon image, something like that? Can I come down here and then pass you to BSN? Right. Can I say like let icon equal BSN dot. So there's a scene function scope fucking FN1 scene function for FN1's resolve context reserve scene child of entity fucking okay. Resolve dependencies. Resolve. Yeah, not gonna work. I hate it. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna call scene. And we're just gonna go something like that. Right. We're just gonna use my code. We're just gonna say menu.scene. And then we're gonna go menu.children. Alright, so we get a menu.children, and then we're gonna say c.scene bsn u. Not entirely sure why it looks as funky as it does, but anyway, I'm just gonna. Doesn't need the square bracket maybe? No, you need to use your children. And then you need like a semicolon at the end, something like that. Okay, so that's that one, and then we can copy. Just copy you, paste you 3 times. And we're just going to cut you and paste you here. We're going to control XU, paste you here, shift tab. Right, so this should, in theory, this entire thing gets to go. It should spawn the same thing, just, you know, using my code instead of the BSN code, which my code will then let me effectively say, we can do the extra thing of being like dot children dot spawn, and then we just go image node, and we say image is right, now we have to go back to using your fucking sprite again. Alright, then we just say like hex dot image dot clone, and then texture atlas is hex dot texture atlas dot clone, and then dot default everything else. Do that. It's going to yell at me saying, "Oh, they're going to be wrapped in stuff." That should work. We'll leave you as a reference if you work. That should work. That should then spawn you in with the correct stuff. So now when I run this, we're going to need to, you're going to need to be wrapped in that and have a node like so. And that node is going to be something margin that UI rect all so BSN, from what I understand, spawns a single object. BSN list, you can like declare like multiple component, like entities that you want to spawn. But from what I understand is like the BSN list will still share the like names. So you can do, I'll show you in a second. Like, it's my understanding, not necessarily how it actually works, but we're going to say val auto. So from what I understand is when you make like a scene, you can say like menu dot scene, right? So you can say BSN, and you can go like hashtag main, and then you can go here and be like child of hashtag main. Right, so what this is doing, well, this would be cyclic, so it wouldn't actually work, is we're naming this entity main. This, like, that's what the hashtag does, is it names it, and then we're saying that this, which is the same entity, is a child of this named entity. Whereas if we did a BSL list, we instead of you've got square brackets and a curly braces, so I assume it looks like this. I don't actually know how the macro reads, but anyway, you can do this, and then we could wrap this in a curly brace, like so, which says this is one entity, and then we can do another entity, except it expects a comma, and then we can say that this entity is main, and it is a child of nothing, and then we can go, this is another entity, and this is, I don't know, child, which is a child of main. So these hashtag names only work within the same macro, and so this would let you have a macro that isn't one tree. These could be two completely different entities that are completely unrelated. In this particular case, I'm making them a tree, so you'd be better off doing the child thing like this. So what this does is this says, this shouldn't be here, but this is saying this component here, this entity, has children, and then inside that children, so that's doing the same thing. That's actually the same logic, but that only lets you build one hierarchy, whereas this one, the BSN list, lets you have as many independent scenes as you like, I believe. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's what that does. Is it lets you declare more than one entity. That's what the list is about, as opposed to the BSN, which has to be one entity. I think it does it. So scene macro, which returns a scene, right? So some scene, da da da. So we got a scene. The scene itself, right? So here, so scene is always single top level entity, whereas a scene list, for lists of scenes or multiple routes, use scene list. So scene list is what the BSN list does. It gives you a scene list, which means you could have multiple entities in your scene. Whereas a scene has to have a single entity. A scene list is multiple entities. Yeah, not relevant to what we're doing in terms of like, but it is interesting. Like, yeah, if that's you're curious about what the difference is. Anyway, so we spawn this and we spawn that in. So when I run this, it should, in theory, when I open up the scavenge menu, should set the image of the icon tile to be the image of the icon that we're currently standing on. So basically, right now, the player is a child. So if we go to here and we say our player, it's fun that like typing E means it flips. Anyway, so the child, so that we have the world map, and then inside the world map we have that hexagon, which is where the player currently is. This hexagon. That's going to keep moving. And zoom in a little bit. All right. So we have this hexagon, which then has the child under it. Yeah. So this is the player marker. And this is the player. So the player is a child of this hexagon, which is in the world map. So when we hit scavenge, we then look up what that hexagon was. So then we set the sprite to being that hexagon, which you've got to admit is very much what this looks like it's doing. I know it may be big. We could probably make it a little bit bigger, but got to admit. All right, right. I guess next is to add an exit button. So we can have you children. You can have an exit button. So you be the I guess exit. Like so we have exit, which is going to have like a on on exit, which is going to have an observer, which is going to be a underscore on activate, which I guess has a scene. Alright, so mute screen. Mute screen, which is a res mute. Whoop. Mute. Okay. Mute screen, res mute. Brain. What we want. Next state screen, game screen, and then we want to say screen dot set game screen map, and then you will call on exit. I think that's how that works. So on template makes an observer. Lovely. So this is the on exit. So this has to be like at feathers button. All right. Then you have to have like a caption, right? And your caption is like BSN right? Something like that. And then your caption would be a image node image, which is then creatures, icons, tools, UI, buttons, icon. No, it's not icon. Menu. Wake. I don't know why that's a button. Vehicle, unhide, spy, sleep, skill, scavenge, run, heal. No, no worky. What the fuck is the other icons called? Don't tell me I have to go icon hunting again. They're called buttons, but I don't think that's actually. I think they're like image, scavenge office. Alright, we're gonna reveal and explore. We're gonna work out what the naming scheme is for the like. There's a whole bunch of them. They're like exit the thing and the runaway and the. They have a fancy name to them. Yeah, they're called encounter. Okay, so. So if creature items scavenge tiles UI. There's buttons, icons. Okay. Buttons, icons. So we're gonna have UI encounters. So we're gonna go to our little extraction code here. I've modified it, and I'm now just putting them all into icon prefixes. I modified it so that you can like write them out entirely. So you can say that the prefix for what we're looking for is, I think just icon. No, it's 2x. Right, so we're gonna rename you. It's 2x icon encounter. So if it starts with 2x icon encounter, we're going to put it in UI slash encounter. Option slash. Look for the word encounter here. Just so I have the correct spelling. Right, so UI encounter, right? Slash and then none. So none is because sometimes you have to blacklist certain ones up here. So it's effectively, I can just do that, and that should put anything that starts with an item encounter in the UI encounters. Now I can run this little build script. It's not even a build script. Maybe I should make it a build script. It's just an example. So when you run it, it automatically strips out the icons from the game data. Anyway, now when we go up to here and we go to UI and we go, apparently didn't work. Well, that's concerning. Why didn't it work? Did it say something? No, apparently it worked. Oh, I probably need to tell it to make the folder encounters. It's probably yelling at me or like, oh no, this folder doesn't exist. Okay. So we probably need to run here and be like, if you get to here, and we're going to say underscore equals stdfs make read create dir all destination. Now I assume the destination. Okay, so you need to like format something like this no, slash destination. So you would then format create that, and that would be something like image root path. Image root path, comma, destination, like that. That should just create every like thing. Adaptive audio, I'm not entirely sure. So you mean like audio that changes to how like what's happening in the game. Adaptive audio, I don't think Bevy has something directly for adaptive audio, as in like you would have to come up with the code about how you actually want the audio to change. Like that is a very specific to your game kind of piece of code. But Bevy has like three-dimensional audio, so you can, if you put a camera in the scene, you can put a I don't remember what it's called. I want to say it's just called a three-dimensional audio source, or like an audio source. And depending on where you put that relative to the camera, will change like which headphone it's in. Like it's just a setting that you turn on in Bevy, or you might even be on by default, which basically just says that to use the 3D position of the audio source as like to determine which ear it comes out of relative to the camera. I don't know if you need to flag the camera as having an audio receiver or something like that so that it knows which camera to use, because if you have multiple cameras in the scene, obviously you don't want like the audio playing really funky because three cameras heard it. But like it's you basically turn it on for a camera, I believe, or it might be on for default for cameras, and then you just put physically put the source of the sound relative to where the camera is, and then that would be that will play like louder or quieter in each ear depending on where it is relative to the camera. But the actual adaptive part where you have to like if you want like the footsteps to change depending on what you're walking on, that has to be done by you. That's not something that can be done by Bevy. Sorry, it's just what I do. I talk fast. Honestly, you don't, because it is like I have to put a conscious effort in to slow down. Otherwise, people complain about me talking too fast. So like, it's not necessarily one of those things where, oh, it'd be great to be able to talk that fast. No, because everyone bitches about you talking that fast. I've had people tell me that I don't need to speed up the video in editing because they can speed it up on YouTube if they want. And I'm like, no, you misunderstand. I did not speed up the video. That is my talking speed. I would need to slow down. And yeah. So it is really interesting to do like a YouTube video and have people tell you that you don't need to speed it up. And I'm like, I didn't. I've considered it in the past. I went, oh, I could speed up my video by like 10%, just to make like the video slightly shorter. And yeah, no, that would be a bad idea, because unless I actively talk slow, people tell me I talk too fast. But yeah, sorry if I was talking too fast. So just to go over it again, the way you would do it if you're talking about like the three-dimensional audio is I don't know specifically if you have to turn it on for a camera or if it's on by default, but you basically just put the source of the sound, like it's like there's an actual like object in Bevy, like a component called a sound source, I think, and you put that relative to the camera, and it will automatically determine like how much goes to the left ear, how much to the right ear, and how loud it is. Like you can just do that, but if you want like sound that reacts to what the player is walking on, or like the type of ground or the ambience around the player, you have to program that yourself, because that's bespoke to the specific game. Like Bevy has no ability to be like, oh, you're walking on this texture, because Bevy doesn't even have a character controller. Like you would have to do that bit custom. But the actual, like you want things to be in the distance to be quieter, you can just do that. Fmod Y, pretty much like side. Yeah, so I think you have to do a lot of that custom, because I don't think Bevy has. It might have a priority system where you can make like a certain sound not play if another sound with a higher priority is trying to play. But from what I understand of how Bevy works, it's mostly just three-dimensional sound. So you would have to do things like making sure. Yeah, but there may be plugins. Like if you go to Bevy's website, open the one that's we go Bevy. If we go to assets, I told them they should have called this resources, and they got shut down and told the assets was better. But anyway, in here you might find audio. Making a rhythm game. So there's things like Kara, which is like if I remember, like an advanced thing. Some of these are outdated, the rest of these are outdated. So we'll look at this one because it's the only one up to date. So set background audio. So what do they do? Usage. The Bevy audio feature is enabled by default and not compatible with this plugin. Make sure you don't have a Bevy audio feature enabled if you want to Kara audio. So Bevy plugin is intended to test an integration with Kara in Bevy. The goal is to replace and update code if Kara turns out to be a good approach. Currently, the plugin plays as far as when we play. Sounds can be played in channels. Each channel has controls to pause, stop, playback, and can change the volume, playback speed, and panning of the sound. All sounds played. If can easily be added to new channels and accessed through Bevy ECS. So this sounds like the kind of thing that you'd want, is to turn this on, because this would let you this would let you have like a channel for ambience and a channel for subtitle, like for dialogue, and a channel for music. And then when you go into dialogue, you can drop the other channels or turn the dialogue channel up higher. Yeah, so like you can turn this kind of thing on, like this is, and so I've never used this personally, but it does sound like this is just a way of being able to like effectively like set more control over different things. Yeah, so like, yeah, it's not that it's necessarily bare bones, but it's just that like a lot of that stuff is so specific to the game that you're making that I don't think Bevy will ever have like first class implementations for it, because it's kind of like it's a lot of bizarre like special situations. Maybe it will, because of like, you know, like you're saying, like audio, like always having subtitles, cutscenes play over like background sounds. But that's, again, it's something that's theoretically pretty easy to implement. Example by that crate, where it's basically saying you have them running on two different channels and you just drop one of the channels out. But yeah, it's too specific to an individual game. Yeah, no, that's what you call ADHD, is the idea that my brain runs 10 times faster, but boy, can I not aim that at anything. So like you'd probably get more done because I would start 10 different things. So like, yeah, it's not, it's a blessing and a curse, I guess. I don't know. Now we have to find the exit. It's just called exit. Here we go. I do like my little macro thing that lets me like quickly go like, oh, just look for this image and then just like put it in this folder. It's fun. I'm sorry that like I know that you're not a native English speaker, and I feel really bad, but like I've been talking incredibly fast because, again, unless I like put a conscious effort into slowing down, I just talk fast. It's just a thing that I do. So we want to say image slash UI slash and counter slash exit.png. Right, so that should spawn in a button that says the words exit, that when you click it will exit the screen. Then we get to see if that works. Do I understand my code well enough to make some... Can I implement a feature? First try. The answer is almost certainly no, but a boy can dream. Okay. So we click scavenge, and we have the... we have the exit button. I mean, fair enough. No. Okay. I don't... Okay. Well, I do kind of know what's going on there. So what's happening there is that the feathers is doing something to the node, which is setting its minimum height to something, which is... So we need to say that you need to, like shrink, flex, directions, flex, wrap, justify... Okay. Used to control how items are distributed. No. Used to control how each individual item is aligned by default when space, when the space, within the space they are given. Okay. Used to control how the specified item is aligned within the space it is given. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I bet it does. How to make container grow to content. flex. Okay, the common practice to set flex is to set flex grow to 1, but setting the flex grow function for all flex items to 88 or any other greater than 0 will produce the same result. No, it's not what I want. This is like a align content. So flex box controls alignment of flex wrap set. No items sets default cross axis alignment for the child item self. Controls the okay. So this is set default cross axis. Align self auto. No, I don't remember how to do it. There's a way you can fit content. I just don't remember how. I don't want to have to fuck around with Flexbox for 20 minutes again. Okay, first up, let's go. They're probably going to block my fucking clicking, but anyway, we're going to go up here. We're going to say, can we not have you be blue? Actually, can we just like not have you have a color? And then, we touch like not have you have a color. Well, wait, no, you're the red one. We don't care about the red one. We want you to not have a color. It says to set it to flex grow, but setting it to flex grow is just going to make it grow, which is not what we want. Okay, so we click scavenge. These appear. Okay, so I want to do this. We want to go here. We're going to go here. We're going to scroll down. We want to go this one, and then it's node, and then it's button, and then it's the exit button. Right. So it's probably not the exit button then. To be honest, the exit button then has the. That's interesting. So the exit button then has. I wonder if we can not have it be a child then. Because if we have it not be a child, like if I just do that, does that fix my problem? Because that means that like the actual node itself should be the size of the image. That might work. Damn it. Right, you can like not do that. That's because the feathers, which is just one of those things that I wish they wouldn't have decided to do. They've done what you call opinionated, the height. So when we come into here, when we say scene, right, they gave it a row height, and that row height is equal to 25 pixels, which for whatever reason, they just decided that 25 pixels was the default height of a button is 25 pixels if you don't tell it otherwise. 100% is probably a little bit big, but okay. I mean, it works. I mean, it works. Now, I would probably prefer. So we have to exit this, then we can walk over here, and then we can open up this, and we can. So this tile is correct. We do need to somehow make that bigger. I'm not entirely sure how we make that bigger. Do I think we just like scale it maybe? We can make it take up like 25% of the space pretty easily, I'm pretty sure. So we go back to like scenes, scavenge scene. We go up to the icon, and we say you, and we go, okay. So we give margins auto, and then we're going to say height is val percent, like 50%, something like that. Yeah, it's a little step towards success. It's not like it's going to be hard. I can literally just say, instead of being width and height auto, I could just say 25%, and it would just make it smaller. It's just that for some reason it decided to 100% the size. Anyway, we get that icon. We'll get that icon. The text, I don't know how we're going to do the text. In as much as the text needs to somehow read what the item is, because I'm pretty sure, but I guess we can investigate. So this says, looking around, there appears to be a few areas worth checking out. Which means if we exit this and we come back to here and we go like scavenge and we go looking around, there okay. No, so it just always says that. Our character is going to die, which is not a very good. Okay. So it says, looking around, there appears to be a few areas worth checking out. That's just what it says. All right. So we're just gonna go. We're gonna find that. We're gonna go into. I'm assuming that's encounters, and we're gonna go. Looking around, there appears to be a few areas to check out. So we're just gonna like copy that. Then we're gonna go down to the scavenging window here. Scavenge screen. And we go, okay, so in the text section, this is labeled text. I think we probably want to go something like pub struct in we'll just call it text for now. I want to paste it before I go copying the word scavenge around. So the text, you want to say text. New. Text. Excuse me? Oh, is it just, it's text dot toString. Can I do this one? The trait bound clone is not implemented for text. Okay. Let text equal dot. Sorry. I have to like re-stringify you. Dot toString. Okay, text, and then we come down here and we say text. If you're going to yell at me like this again, you piece of shit. Okay, fine. This is why I'm using my thing and not the BSN, because then we can just go fucking insert text. This is my code that I wrote before 0.19 came out. Mine just works. Mine does what I ask it to do, you piece of shit. Oh, wait, that's probably what's wrong, actually. Never mind. I'm going to refrain from yelling at Bevy. We're going to go... I bet you what's wrong is that I've called that text and we need to find the thing that's... I'm going to grab the word scavenger. We're going to go over here and say that this is called scavenger text. This is also derive component, like that. This is the scavenger text, which is a component that it's going to need. It's going to need scavenger text. Now you're going to yell at me and be like, this doesn't have clone, this doesn't have copy, clone. It needs default as well, if I remember correctly. That's it, just clone a default. Right, so the scavenge text here is just a way of flagging this text so that I can easily overwrite it later. So now when we run the game, it should look much more like the actual game. No, it's a tiny incremental step forward, which is all we really need, is to make lots of little steps. All right, so we hit new, and then we hit scavenge. We go, okay, so it's looking around. There appears to be a few areas worth checking out. The fun thing about this is if we change the text size, it actually like does the text size. Now, annoyingly, that does break this shit because that text is not. Okay. I couldn't get the layout to work properly, so this stuff's all like at a weird, like fixed resolution kind of thing. But anyway, looking around, there appears to be a few areas worth checking out. No, there appears not to be, but anyway. Anyway, scavenge. Okay, so the next thing to do, I guess, is to we need to grab the tile that the player is currently standing on. So this is their sprite. We also need access to their loot. They call it scavenge. Scavenge locations. Right, this is all the locations that are available to be scavenged. Right. So I like the idea of somehow having some kind of fallback code, which is if locations dot right, we have to go to locations, and we have to make you deref so that I can use you like a fucking normal thing. Anyway, deref, right, something like that. I'm gonna say if locations dot is empty. Do something else. Okay, looking around, there appears to be a few places that, you know, we're just going to say, this one says, looking around, there appears to be nothing worth checking out. So if you somehow manage to scavenge on a location that cannot be scavenged, it tells you to fuck off. Because there's nothing here. Right. So then the next thing to do is to go, when you get to here, So this, I'm pretty sure we're going to say, let mute buttons equals, right? Then we're going to cut this off. And we're going to go buttons dot children. Mostly because I think that would break things if I did it otherwise. Huh, never mind, it just does that. Okay, so then we say, buttons.spawn, .scene maybe? And then that would be maybe this to be a BSN, something like that. Like that, and then we're gonna say, cut you out, paste you in. Okay. So this is called exit. It's a feathers button. Right. So then we need to do something that's like, for the rest of the buttons, do exactly the same thing except, you know, different. So like for location in locations dot getter. So this is a handle to a scavenge location, which means that this is going to need access to locations. Which is a res assets scavenge location. Right. So we're going to go here. We're going to go here. We're going to say let some location equals maybe we'll put this available locations. I apparently don't know how you spell available, but anyway. Yeah. So available locations. Okay. Then we get right through all locations, and then we say locations dot get location. right? Else, I think we want to say warn, try, failed to find more like location not loaded. Now it would be nice to actually debug something, but anyway, continue. We could specify what the location is, but that seems like a waste of time. Like theoretically, we could spawn a button and have like a no working. Wait a second. I mean, we can do that. We can say buttons.scene bsn something like that. But you're not called exit. You are a feathers button. You will also exit, which is fun. So, sure, you can click on exit. You're not called exit. Your icon is going to be images UI menu. And then it's like no worky. Or is it icons? Buttons. No, I'm sure it's menu. Ah, there it is, no worky. I also find that their capitalization is very weird. Anyway, close all this stuff up. Go back into here, wherever the fuck we were, scavenger scene. So we say, hey menu, no worky.png. So that basically says, if you try and scavenge before I finished loading all the locations, can you just like, just fuck off. When you click the button, it's just going to exit. So the no worky button is no worky. We're here, we're going to say, so what do we have access to? We have location. Apparently nothing. Apparently I made that private, I guess. Okay, scavenge location. The scavenge location has access to a name, an icon, and a loot table. Cool. So, location dot. So what we need to do is say buttons.scene bs and exclamation point. So then this would become an @feathers button image node image location dot icon. Does that work? Dot clone. Hey, that does work. Okay, so you can just escape out and do random Rust code. It's because I was going like you can't do the dots, but apparently you just have to like wrap it in parentheses, which I remember vaguely seeing somewhere, but I just didn't click that. Like, yeah, of course. So then that's our icon, and then what else do we have access to? So you have a location. You also had a loot table for some godforsaken reason. No, wrong location. Okay, so you have an icon, a name, and a loot. Okay, so I guess we want to add like a hover text, maybe. I don't know. So we want to go that, maybe call that UI. Maybe like mod here and be like pub struct hover text. It's just a string. Because I'm pretty sure like if we go to the actual game, when you hover over it, it says like crumbling apartment building. Yeah. So that's because they have descriptions. But we're just going to say that they just have hover text. Maybe we can be like also like pub struct hover icon. It's also just which is a handle to an image. Something like that maybe. So then when we go back to our screen scavenge thing, we could say hover text, which is just going to be location.name.clone, and then they're going to also have a hover icon, which is location dot icon dot clone, right? And then the final thing, they're not clone. Yeah, you'll work on that. I guess we can have something like pub. Oh, let's have a struct scavenge button, something like that, which is then just going to have a handle to a loop table, and then we just say scavenge button handle location dot loop table dot clone, something like that. So you need to be first off a component, so derive component clone and component, and then we have to go back to our like UI here and be like, you also derive clone and copy, and you're not copy, that's for sure, component. Put you there as well. Alright, so what are you complaining about? Something, they don't have defaults. Okay, so you have default. I mean, no reason you can't have default. You have default as well, I guess. Hover text, apparently it's private. Okay. Pub. And pub, like so. And then we go something about this type does not manually implement, and it must. Okay. This type does not manually implement from template, and it must. If you are deriving from template and you use, okay, wait, so from template. What? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, so this is scavenge scene. So we have a scavenge button, which has a loot table. They also need like an on. Scavenge hex. Right. Which we need to make, which is going to be like fn on scavenge hex. We need to target the specific hex that they're standing on as well. So this needs to have like an underscore on activate, capital O. Activate. All right. So this will say that you're scavenging a hex. Don't call it on scavenge hex. It's called scavenge hex. So it's going to need, I guess, a scavenge button. So we're gonna say loot, and then also the hex, which is going to be a up here somewhere. This is the tile. I guess the tile can say hex south. Well, I'm going to just grab its entity. because we just need to make sure that we like know effectively which is that called entity? And entity, something like that. Right, and then we come down here. So the loot table, I actually don't remember. The loot table is a vector. So it's the idea is that the loot table isn't set in stone at the moment. The loot table is going to have different things that I might have happen. The issue is that I kind of want the scavenge loot to be different because what I was thinking is that the loot table might have a like if using crowbar, like because there's like a handful of items that you can find in the game. I don't think I know because it's a fresh start. So when you do this, you progress to this screen, and this screen is like this is how much loot, this is how safe it is, and this is much like how sneaky you're going to be. And if you have certain items in inventory, like a torch, you can find more loot and get more safety, but you'll be less sneaky because you're walking around with a flashlight. So what I was going to do, like thinking about it, is the issue because the loot tables, I'm reusing them across the different things of like certain things have loot tables that like have loot tables can point to other loot tables. But the idea would be that if you have a torch, I would be like, oh, when you check the loot tables, there might be certain loot that's only available if you have a torch. But I don't know how I'm going to go about doing that because it does deviate a lot from. I never see how the game works. I don't actually know how the game works. I assume that all it does is if you have a torch, it increases the number of loot rolls it pulls or something. I don't know how the torch works because I don't see in the data files anything about like it's not encounters, but somewhere in here, it's the treasure tables. The abandoned house. So this is like 400. So this is item 414 is the loot table. It's this chance, and there's one item it'll find. But I don't know how it works. Like I don't actually know how their game, because nowhere in here does it have like sort of an obvious thing that's like, oh, if you have a torch, it increases the odds, which makes me think that a torch must just increase the number of rolls you get. Hence, what I was thinking is like, what if I made it so that if you have a torch, there are certain loot tables that you can hit. But I haven't worked it out yet. So anyway, the loot table is just a vector of item chances. And then if we go into the item chances are you can get an item or you can pick a different loot table. So this is like you get every single one of these. This is like the rolls. So each roll has a chance. This also, I realized, I'll fix it later, I guess. I realized this the other day when I was doing the other one. But the idea is that so each item, basically you have this chance of getting the item, and then this is how many items it'll drop if this succeeds. Like this is just like rolls this item, and it says like, oh, you get 2 of them, or you get like 2 to 4 of them, or you get 1 to 3 of them. So this is the chance that you hit the success, and then you just get that many of them. But the idea is that like that tells you what item you get, whereas this one says that you actually are going to roll a different table so many times if you hit this one. So if this succeeds, if you hit the success chance, then roll this table so many other times. And then the choose is just like a way of combining these so that you can say you get whichever happens first. So you can have like a 10% chance of getting this item or a 10% chance of rolling a different thing. So it's like, oh, well, you get the one or the, and so the or happens like that. So scavenge button. Right, so then we have to go to the scavenge button. So the scavenge button is just a marker that, like, when you marker, like, it holds the data that I need to make sure that I can trigger the thing when you click the button. So this is going to be the loot table. I'm going to snatch it for future me. Yeah, I don't know, it's hard to explain the loot tables. Well, it's not really. Like, the loot table is just a number. Like, it rolls a number from 0 to 1. And then it's like, if that number is greater than the number that it says, well, I guess less than the number it says, because it's a if positive, if true. So it's like if it's 0.1, then it rolls a number. If that number is lower than or equal to 0.1, then you succeed. Then you get that item, and you get that number of items. Anyway. Which is an entity. So, it's not called a hex, it's called a tile, isn't it? Fuck off. Scan tile. Loop. Handle default tile is entity. Alright, so I had to fix the fucking default implementation because Bevy doesn't have a default implementation for an entity, instead it has placeholder, which is the equivalent of saying like entity -1. Anyway, cannot find entity in scope. What did I call it? File. Wow, that's convenient, isn't it? So we say scavenge button, and this is just a way of flagging what this button does specifically, which is to say when we click on this button, it has this loot table and it's targeting this tile because we need to be able to pull out the loot table. We probably also need to know which specifically what entry we are so that we can remove that. So we probably need to be like enumerate and say location and then be like I, so that we can also say index I. And then we say index, which is a U size. This just tells us which of the ones to remove when we loop the index of 0. But I'm not sure if it's cool to store data with behavior in same time. Yeah, I would agree with you that it's not a good idea to say behavior with data, but that's what they've done because they've basically got a database that does certain things. Technically, the treasure tables. It's the other things. The treasure tables are really weird. So the treasure tables are, out of all of the monstrosity strings, the least of the complicated in terms of, well, technically things like the item properties are even less complicated because they're literally just a list of IDs and names. But anyway, they have an ID, which is if you want to roll, so this was like 414, is another treasure table. But if it's got a dot, so if it says something like 60.1, it says item group 60, item index 1. Which I don't even know why they do that, because they literally could have looked up the item. This feels like it's auto-compiled from somewhere. So they're actually like, they probably had, when they wrote the thing that generated this, they would have said it was this type of item, and it's, so it's in that item group. But for some reason, it's split like this. So basically, if it has a dot, it means look up the item group. Actually, that might be why, is that the dot makes it really easy to know if it's an item loot table or an item table or whatever. So the idea is that like this is spawning an item. This is looking at another loot table. But technically there's no behavior nested in here. This doesn't do anything. It's just purely data. It's my code goes through and works out what it's supposed to do. Is it rolling another loot table or is it drawing an item? But it's not stored with the data. I'm not sure. The more I think about it, the less I feel like I'm following what you're actually asking. Anyway, with the loot table, and then we have the on button, and then we're going to say buttons, which is then a query. Well, actually, we do need click. So we need a query for the scavenge button. Well, I mean, okay, so when you click the scavenge button, we could just grab the entity and the ID. We need this for cleanup. We need this for generating the screen we're about to generate. I guess technically we should rename this to open. Scavenge. Location. So we have like buttons. But then this is a query for scavenge buttons. Okay. And then we do something with it, I don't know. So my thinking would be for Onyx, it sets the map back to state. This opens scavenge screen. So we need to like let new button equals menu, something like that. Right. So what happens? No, when we click this, we change the text, we change the buttons, we redraw this. So I guess, yeah, we do need to do maybe. Yeah, maybe. It does make me think that I need to like label the different icon sections, maybe. Because if I put them inside of the menu builder, I'm trying to work out what I want to do. So we've clicked, and we have the button. So I guess it's first off, if click dot. Okay. No, okay, so I don't think we can like right click a button to get it to work. Okay, so we're gonna say let button let OK button equal buttons dot get click dot entity, else return. So this clicks us our thing. We also probably need loot tables. So loot table. So we need to query loot table. So assets, not query. So res assets loot table. Right. So that gives us access to the loot tables. So I guess we come back to here and we say if let some loot table equals if let some loot table equals loot tables dot get button dot loot, else continue, else return. You can be like a reference. So now we have access to the loot table. So it's not an if, it's just a let. Okay. So if I'm mapping this out correctly in my brain, we click the button and it's like, oh, this is actually the right type of button. We're going to grab out the information that we stored about each button. Then we're going to put the other stuff. So what I need to do, I guess, is put more menu labels. So what we need to do is do something like maybe doing like enum scav scavenge screen. So this is going to be select. So select is going to be the root. So I guess we derive default. Actually, I don't think we care. It's going to implement menu on you, we find. So we have select, which is the main screen. We then need icon, text. So we have select, we have icon, we have text. What's next? What is next? What is next? So we have the icon. We also want like the icon container. On icon container. Okay. So because I'm just trying to think how things change. So text and then buttons. So then we want to go something like import menu for scavenger screen. So we have to like import that, right? So scene. Honestly, you just return an empty scene because I don't think I care about you doing literally anything. Dot box. Right. So then we're gonna have fn path. So your path is going to be format I'm lazy. You need debug. Okay, so debug. Right. But the way that this should work is that I should be able to come down here and real like so we edit the main context menu. So I think this needs to, we need to add a new functionality to wherever you take me. So menu manager, sorry, F2 is not the right word. F12, we go here. So we go, when I say, it's a menu builder, we say scene. Right, so you need a new thing, because I'm pretty sure you have access, right? No, you don't. Alright, well, it should be pretty easy to give you access to the menu stack. Something like that. Which needs to last for, I guess, S. I'm not entirely sure. And then we go pub with ID, which takes in self and a import into menu ID. Menu. Okay, then it's just a self dot menu stack dot add menu menu dot into, and then it's self dot root. All right. So then we just need to go, when we go new, I hope this doesn't break everything. Stack. All right, and then sub menu builder. Menu stack takes in like self dot menu stack. So that should make everything continue down the list, except apparently there's new editor, which then says we need to. This is the bit that's going to break. It's going to be stack is self dot stack. If anything was going to break, that was going to be what it broke. Because that's like where we're making the new one. And so if it's going to have lifetime issues, it's going to be complaining that the new one doesn't live long enough to do what it wants to do. But basically what I'm doing is just making it carry the stack around with it as well, which means that we can now, when we go back to our world scene here, when we spawn this scene in, we grab your children. So this here, I guess this is the icon. So we can say dot with ID, and then we go scavenge screen icon, right? And then this one here would be dot with ID scavenge screen I probably need to make sure that I have some kind of way of cleaning this up, but icon container, right. So with ID needs to also return stuff so that it can be chained, and then it's return self into that mode. Right. So we now ID you, and then we ID'd you, and now we come down here and we go, okay, so this is the text section. So we're going to say dot with ID scavenge screen text, right? Which means we should be able to get rid of this now because we don't have to specifically target it anymore. So when we get down to here, we're going to say hey, loot table. So we have the scavenge button. When we scavenge this, a decorate crumble. Is that going to show crumble environment? Okay. So that feels like in here. This is saying one of these items is the crumbling apartment. And that links to one of said like 50. Okay. Well, that's annoying because that makes it so much harder to item scavenge apartment 1, item trap It's a trap. Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the abandoned building text, which means that our loop table abandoned house description. It doesn't like that because it found the description, which is to say that you have a description which is a string. Now let's drop the string, something like that, and then we have to go to the location asset. So scavenge location, which is a pub struct, pub description, which is a string. Right, somewhere down here we have this, which is the scavenge location, which is to say description is temp description. So now we have our scavenge location. It's so much more annoying. That makes me think that maybe we should just point. When we say scavenge, don't give it the loot table. Just tell it the index, the entity that it came from. You probably don't even need to give it that. We probably just need to give it. We definitely need to give it the index. The entity we could look up retroactively, but that seems like a dumb way of doing it. Anyway, we're going to say scavenge. Actually, just fucking do that. Just tell me the tile and the location. Right. The reason I'm going to change it to that is that we want to say that this is the loot table. We need to say location. Locations. I guess we don't even need the loot table yet. Well, maybe we do. So locations. Locations. Res, assets, scavenge locations. Correct. All right, so we get the button. Then we need to say let tiles. Sure. So we want to go just for now scavenge locations. So we want to say let okay tile equals tiles dot get button dot tile else return. Right, so we get the tile. We clicked on this and we go, hey, we got this. So we got the tile. I'm gonna say don't grab the loot table yet. So we've got the tile, which is our scavenge location. So we want to go to our menu dot edit menu, and we then want to go like scavenge screen icon. Right, now we want to say that icon dot update component the component that we're updating is the node, image node, right? And then we're saying that the image node is getting updated with and then we just say image dot image equals tile. Right. So we have to like look up the, okay, so let some location equals locations dot get tile button dot index else continue return. Right. We need a reference for that one. Okay, so now we have the scavenge location. We're going to use the scavenge icon. We're going to go, okay, so you are then, your image is then location. Dot icon. Dot clone. Okay, so let image equal location dot icon dot clone. Expected an enum. What? Oh, sorry. Yeah, wrong image. What does it say icon then? Gotta stop naming everything the fucking same. Menu icon image then UV icon. We also need to, this is where I'm getting annoyed because this is going to start making my code more bespoke. So we're going to say image dot texture atlas equals none because I happen to know that the texture atlas has been set and that the texture atlas is no longer relevant. So it's a little bit annoying, but anyway. So these should set the correct icon. Then we can say let some. Okay. Actually, for the sake of being, if let some, because doing the if let some means that like if for some reason one of these menu pieces is missing, it will still open. It just won't look right. And also it means that I don't have to keep worrying about like things getting renamed all the time. It's the same. If let some mute menu equals menu dot edit menu, and then the menu is scavenge screen text, and then we say menu dot insert text, which is then going to be location dot description dot clone. Okay, so what is your problem? Right, we don't drop the loot table because dropping the loot table would be a colossal waste of time. I guess this also means we don't even need to check to see if it's loaded. Wait, no, we do because we get the icon. from loading location. Yeah. Okay. So we do that, and then we come in here and we go like that, and so this sets the icon and the description. We also need to say, I guess this is where you'd want to use the loop table. So we want to say location. No, I want to say let some loot table. I feel like the scavenge locations would be like the one that actually cared about the different loot that you could find. It'd be like let some loot table. Okay, not entirely sure. So we're gonna say let's grab the loot table. I don't really want to be grabbing the loot table. Brain, come on. So it's like let some loot table. Well, at the moment we only have two options: just loot or go back. So I guess we just do that instead. So it's let some mute buttons equals menu dot edit menu scavenge screen buttons, and then we say else return. Then we say something like buttons.clear buttons dot scene. So how does this one work? So it's like if you want to copy this, but this one's obviously going to go back, which so this is buttons scene on exit. So this is go back. Right, so this just has this button, which is going to have the exit button. It's going to keep all the stuff the same, but this is going to be on go back. Right, so then we have to make a new function called on go back, which is just unlike on this one. Instead, we're going to call new. So we need the menu manager and we need the commands. Right, and the way this is going to work is we're just going to go if let some. What is this? If let some mute menu equals menu dot open menu scavenge screen select menu dot clear. Wait, no, it's not this. It's common UI main content menu dot clear. And then we're going to go here and we're going to say commands dot run system what's the system open scavenge screen. It's a little bit of a weird way of going about it, but you know. Dot system. No. So you're not on exit, you're on go back. Something about not being satisfied. Maybe it's not open scavenge screen. Oh, open scavenge screen. Why am I not allowed to? Okay. Sure. So let's on go back. And then we want to do like a button screen, go back. Search. Something like that, feathers, and then so we need the icon, and one of the icons is like there's like a go forward icon somewhere. Wait, no, images, scavenge, no, encounters. One of these, probably easier to go reveal it, file explorer, and go. One of these is like eyeball. Crap. Upstairs. Downstairs. Forward. Okay. So we come back to our screen, scavenger screen, and we go, okay. So search, which is forward, and then on scavenge. So we click an on scavenge, and then on scavenge, on scavenge, which is going to do something like that. It's going to have like an underscore and like an on activate. You don't do anything really. I mean, something tells me that I want to give it the same scavenge button. I mean, we could do that. We could be like your index is clicked. Sorry, button. I changed the spelling, I think. Is button dot index, and your tile is button dot tile. that not correct? That feels correct. Alright, then we're just gonna go here. We're gonna go. I guess we need the thing. Query. Oh, okay, what are we talking? Button. Scavenge button. See, I feel like I should flag somewhere else that this has happened, but anyway. We go here and we just say, let OK button equals buttons.get clicked.entity else return, and then we're just gonna info to do scavenge scav button.tile button.index. This is just so that I know that it's actually Google scavenge location, which is to say info to do scavenge that tile's index of that. So go back will take us back and hopefully regenerate the screen. Go forward will take us and it'll actually trigger the scavenge to actually happen. There's a handful of other things we kind of need to do, which one of those is like look through the loot table and then draw the bars to be like, oh, how likely is this to do X, Y, Z? Anyway, on exit something. All right, let's see what this does. I'm assuming this is going to yell at me saying that a handful of these things don't have the description, which I guess is fine. Loot table. So there was a location they needed it. These are scavengers described things. So abandoned house dot location is saying that failed to load. So we have to go like here because it otherwise doesn't try and load anything. So a bunch of these are probably didn't like because they don't have. So what one are you? Okay, failed to load asset abandoned house because expected a comma. Yeah. Okay. So abandoned house is now a valid thing. If we come over here and we go like scavenge, it says no worky. No worky. Well, for one thing, we need to make them like 50%. We also need to make the buttons wrap. So we make the buttons small and we're gonna make them wrap. How do we do that? So we go to here. We go something icons, scavenge icon. Scavenge icon. Oh, this is called like button. Sorry. You also need like a with ID scavenge screen buttons. Wait, no, this is a specific button, isn't it? Sorry. Then dot with children. Right. We need to ID you and then give you your children. That's right. So anyway, we're gonna go here. We're gonna say your height is percent. I'm gonna like 50%. That should give us like plenty of room for buttons. Now, part of why the button took up a lot of space is because we effectively said that the button took 100% of the space, and that the height was 50% of the remaining space. Okay, so there's our cryo facility. For some reason, it doesn't work, but I think that's because, again, if it doesn't load the location, it just says no working. Oh yeah, we also probably need to set those to 50%. So your height is also percent 50, and then come up here. We want to say you are flex wrap something like that, and then we're going to like. So we pull that. So we hit play and we hit scavenge. So this one, so now just, it's not nearly as big of a no worky, which means that we come down to here. The issue is that only one of the potential buildings that it can spawn can actually fucking work. So that's what's happening there. Is that only one of the like 6 locations actually has the thing. So I guess we have to add more locations. So there's the abandoned house. So the abandoned house. One of these, an abandoned house. So an abandoned mobile home is next. So okay, so I guess we go new dot location. Rename you to mobile home with underscore. Naming conventions. Then we go to you and we say an abandoned mobile home. So we get rid of the abandoned part, just say mobile home. So mobile home. So abandoned house copies. Okay. This says an abandoned house. Go back up here and be like an abandoned mobile home. So mobile home. So you're gonna have the text an abandoned mobile home. I think this was house 2 by my guesstimate. The suburbs were hit hard when they collapsed. So then we want to go abandoned mobile home. We want to go to like the data and then go like the encounter. Scavenge and abandon mobile home. Like other suburban homes, mobile homes, copy that. Item scavenge house 2. Go. Mobile home, house 2. You also get to be comma free, I think. Right. So then we can dump that text in there, like other bit of it. And then we have to. One of these, I think, is the. Destroy office building. I don't know. So when we go back to our encounters, you have you jump to somewhere, apparently. Wow, is that really how it does it? Is it just jumps to different encounters based on... This jumps to encounter 46, which is saying 92. The 40 is nothing. So 40 is jump back. 46. Which of you is encounter 46? So which of you is encounter loot 46? Yeah. Scavenge discreetly. Scavenge brutishly. Scavenge with night vision. Right. That's such a strange way of doing it anyway. No, wait, got the equal sign. Scavenge in abandoned apartment building. So I wonder what this is. Anyway, we do like the treasure table and be like abandoned house. An abandoned mobile home is loot table 41. So I already did all the loot tables. So we can go to extracted table treasure and go. It seems to be 41. So what is 40? Abandoned house. So 40 through to shotgun contents. Okay. Suburban idle loot. Okay. So 40 through, let's say 48. Copy those. We head down here. We paste them in here. Okay. So 40. This is abandoned house. Okay. So wait, are you telling me that an abandoned mobile home actually has better loot? That's so dumb. Okay. So we go abandoned mobile home. Maybe we don't. So we're just gonna come down here. We're just gonna paste this in, I guess. We're just gonna leave this. Okay. So random drugs is 1 to 2. You have an 85% chance of spawning random urban junk. 0 to 3, 1 to 3, 33% chance of 2 to 5, 1.4, 0.1, 0.4 chance. Okay. So right. What are the other ones? It's shed, isn't it? Okay, so we have to go to the suburbs. So there's a storage shed and a locked storage shed. So we go new file, storage shed underscore dot location. OCATION. And then we're going to go one of these, abandoned office. So an abandoned office tower, destroyed office building, a stretch of forest, a shack in the forest, shotgun content, an open field. Okay. So we have to track down what the storage shed contained. So okay, so locked storage shed scavenge items. So that's abandoned apartment building scavenger. So do I have the 51? I don't. So suburban idle loot. Interesting. So there's a locked storage shed. And there's a storage shed. So botany bonus loot. Well, that probably explains how that works. So we just need, I guess, grab 49 through 50. 53. Okay. So treasure. So grab 49 through 53. paste those in. Right, so suburban idle loot, locked storage shed, botany bonus, shed. Okay, shed scavenge loot. I'm just going to copy that. Random carried junk. I actually have no idea how that works anyway. So we have storage shed. Paste this into the storage shed. Now we're going to go to the mobile home and just copy this and go back in the storage shed. Paste all this stuff into the storage shed. Cut this stuff. Paste it into loot. We can fix it later. It's actually not that hard to fix when it's all the same kind of structured shape. So I guess we have to go back into here and be like storage shed. So encounter. Run through them to the storage shed unprotected. No. Scavenger storage shed. Just going to copy that. It's called Garage 001. We go back down to here, we go Scavenge storage shed. Paste that in, backspace our way back to here. We go back to our encounters. Scavenger storage shed. Garage 01. Scavenge. So storage shed. So it's garage 01. An abandoned mobile home. So if we go back into the loot tables, one of the loot tables is for the suburban thing. Suburban idle loot. Alright, so it's just called storage shed. We'll call it our storage shed. Alright, so then the random junk goes something like cut that off, go to there. Right, you're a different link. Alright, so that, go to the end, go there, comma, forward, comma, forward, comma. Comma. Home, open. Right, so we have random carry junk. I think that's how that works. Oh no, we're supposed to leave tables. Sorry, that was my bad. We're just gonna go like Control C, bring that back. Go back to our storage shed and like leave these as being tables. So the storage shed has random carry junk, ready clothing items, random containers, carried tools and carried tools. So the only one left is, I guess, the locked storage shed. So it's gonna like copy. I don't know why my ID has decided that I'm not allowed to. Locked storage shed. So we're gonna move that back up to here. Yes. But the locked storage shed, I'm gonna say locked storage shed. Image garage. I'm pretty sure it's the same. And we're gonna go up to our encounters. I'm gonna go scavenge open field, scavenge a storage shed, scavenge using botany knowledge. Pick the lock on the shed. Hack the door to slam shut. No. Rig the door to stay shut. Duck in and cut broken glass. Enclosure down the hall. Back off. Locked. Hack the lock. Finish using locked laptop. Use locked laptop. Scavenge a locked storage shed. Locked storage shed are a good sign. Somebody thinks there's something valuable inside and nobody else has been able to remove it yet. The question is, can you get past the lock? Okay, you're here. Go to locked storage shed. Grab the flavor text, paste flavor text. Alright, one of these is the locked storage shed loop, which I'm just going to copy it and paste underneath because I assume it's... Oh, maybe it's not. I'm going to say I assume it's the same, but no. It's actually just completely different loop, which is kind of funny. If I were to change anything in terms of game balance, I would make it roll like 4 times on loot from the other table. The whatchamacallit table, the comma. The normal loot table, so like the locked storage shed. This is the loot that you can roll, and it'd be really funny. Maybe it's how they actually do it. I'd have to look up what the storage shed number is. I mean, we can poke around in there, I guess. So there's the storage shed scavenge items, like 51. Okay, keeps my phone locked. So we go to the encounters. Scavenge the locked shed. So then we get the options of 42. So that's to leave. I assume it's also to leave 41. So it's either 52, which is like the crowbar. Wait, 52. 52 is a loot table. And then 40.1. Let's have a look what 40.1 is. So if we go to extracted and item groups and 40.1, gas mask chamber. That doesn't make any sense. It's got to be the lockpicks, but why? Oh, why? Okay. Unclear. 40. Oh, it's 41.1. Sorry, not 40.1. 41.1. Lockpicks. Basic lockpicks. So you either have lockpicks or you either have lockpicks or 52, because I'm pretty sure 52 is referring to the treasure table, not the item group, but 52. Yeah, okay, so definitely not that, because that's a roadmap, which means if we go to treasure table 52, water mushrooms, so no, that's the botany bonus loot. What the fuck is 52 then? What if we said item types 52? What are you? You pick up, put down, leap at. No, so it's not that, which is okay. I don't understand that at all because I know it's the crowbar. Like if I go here and go crowbar, so 23. Then there's the crowbar with strap, which is also 23. That's I don't get that at all. Hmm. 90.1 is leave. Well, the 90s, yeah, they're leaves. So this is do nothing, which takes you to encounter. Yeah, so they both take you to encounter 42, which is to take you back a step. Hey, look, and they both do something. Items ID 92. What is items 92? Sorry, into 92. Trapping. Weird. So that somehow indicates to me that the it's saying that you can use trapping as an option when you get there. Anyway, we need to go to condition encounters. So it either triggers encounter 63 or encounter 64. So let's find encounter 63. So it's 60 or 63. Go the other way. Go up, please. Okay, 63. Force your way past the lock. Okay, and then 40 and 60 is pick the lock is shed. I don't think these change anything. Because this is just standard looting stuff. We want to go, one of these is called like loot 50. Yeah, okay, so I was just wondering if the storage shed at some point pulled normal shed loot, but no. Because that would have been kind of funny, is if it's like, hey, yeah, there's like a 100% chance that you just roll the normal shed. Because it is in fact still a shed. Anyway, okay, so we have abandoned house location, field location, shed location. Alright, so that should mean that all the items are actually loaded. Which should mean that like when we come down here and hit scavenge, we can't not. Okay. So they're still not loading. Okay, well they're hitting some kind of issue. Expected. Okay, so something description. Missing struct field description out of location assert asset then position panic. So they're saying that missing struct field description. What are you trying to load? Okay, failed to load asset table field. Yeah, okay, so the field makes sense. These locations, description, and empty field, comma. Right, so that should let you load properly. And then it's just telling me that it's missing a whole bunch of things. Reload loot tables. Location not found. But why? So it's saying that location not found for all of these. But what location is it not finding? Because it does appear that it reloaded them. Oh, I bet they're not finished loading because the dependencies failed. So we do need to probably disable all of their loot, to be honest. Maybe don't turn off the field loot because I don't care, but the abandoned house loot, the locked shed loot, the mobile home loot, the storage shed loot. Does that mean that they now successfully load? Oh god. So something failed to load, which is to say failed to load asset forest location. That's fine. They are very small, but it did indeed add them. Why are they so small? I'm sorry, what? And my assumption is that I'm not specifying their size. So we want to go to like scavenge screen and be all like, when I open the scavenge locations and we spawn in, no, it's up here. You don't have the node height val percent 50. No, 50. 50. So if we make them 50%, that should render us bigger icons. So it doesn't like when the dependencies haven't finished loading, I guess. So we like scavenge and go, hey, look, these two worked. Which one of these failed? Position. Which one failed to load? Storage shed. Right. That's a spelling mistake, that one. Sorry, we need to go to mismatch something up here. We got storage shed. No, it's the suburban. Sorry, it's storage shed and locked storage shed. And then we go here and we go, doop. So if I come back here and we said scavenge, it spawned 5 houses and these are our 5 houses. Da, 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 da. So we should be able to click on like one of these and it should say open scavenge screen. That doesn't look promising. Attempted to update component widget node from menu entity, but it does not exist. Okay. So we keep getting back to opening the scavenge screen, which means that we're doing something wrong. What happens when I click on each of you? I'm going to go scavenge screen. So this should open scavenge location. But instead it says open scavenge screen. Which makes me feel like you're triggering this somehow. No, open scavenge screen. So what prints open scavenge screen? Up here, isn't it? So what the hell is calling you? Gotta be this on go back. The other buttons all just call on go back. No, they call on scavenge. So we're like print line. Back. This is on scavenge. Unclear. Open. So I think what's happening is something is resetting something somewhere. I don't know. Because the fact that it keeps saying open scavenge makes me think that it's something is like on activate. Ah. Maybe I'll go back. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to go here. But when I click you, so open scavenge screen, open, attempted to update component. No, Ventive, it does not exist anymore. So my suspicion, though I don't understand at all how it would be happening, is that somehow those buttons I don't get, because on activate, this sets the map screen, so this is on exit. Open scavenge screen. I don't, I'm clearly setting one of the buttons wrong. Wow. No, that's only if they fail. And it's not saying, not opening scavenge screen, it's saying open scavenge location. On exit's clearly never getting triggered. Why are you triggering? How are you triggering? It's got to be just like one layer up. Ah, yeah, that would explain what's happening. Sorry, it's on trigger scavenge. So this button, when clicked, triggers scavenge, as opposed to the way I was doing it, which is any button clicked triggers scavenge. Ugh. I should have seen that coming. Which is that so that it was basically it was hitting the global one. So clicking this opens up the scavenge menu. Coming down here and clicking this opens up this menu. Then we click this. It says, that's a very big exit sign. Okay. I don't know what I did to break it. So, So we are hitting open scavenge screen. Attempt to update. Yeah. On go back. Opens. Okay. Open scavenge location. we got to open scavenge location. This is the steady deal. So we got to open scavenge location. We said button, button, Sutton, button, button. But it opens. It definitely opens the button. Can we, sake of, these are both underneath the scavenge screen button. We're gonna go back up. When do we set scavenge screen button here, which is to say that your width is 100% and your height is 50%. So with ID button. So I'm gonna say maybe set your to width is, no, your height is percent 50. And then, maybe don't set its width. Same with you, is we want your to be a height of 50. And I want to run it. I'm confused about why it's ending up where it's ending up. Go here. We go scavenge. We go, okay, when I click you, it makes me feel like it's despawning something. Right, we have to go back. We have to grab this button. Oh, it despawned like the whole menu. That's not good. When you hit go back, main context apparently gets entirely despawned. Oh, no, so it's edit menu. If you open the menu, it hides the other menus. That's part of it, like how I set it up. So what it's doing is it's hiding the other menu. Anyway, when I click you, what's happening here? We have the common UI. And then inside of the common UI, we have the node, which is the root. And then inside of that, we have this. And then inside of here, we have go back and go, we have search. So something consumed all of the inside of that node. So when we clicked open, we cleared all of the buttons. Okay, it's got to be clearing the buttons. If we just like don't spawn those buttons, does the rest of it work? Edit menu, edit menu. It's got to be that when we call clear, I think clear might be a little bit too aggressive. We come down here and we go scavenge. And we're going to click you. This is attempted to, okay, so open scavenge screen. Looking around you, there appears to be a few areas to check out. So it just never gets to there. Menu, edit menu, scavenge. So scavenge text. Scavenge text must have just been overwritten, maybe? When you hit scene sets self, yeah? Let root equals self.root entity child of, and then self.last. Okay, so maybe this should be last. Hey, like other suburban houses, modern homes were on the front lines of the war between fleeing populations and supernatural hordes from the wild. However, their small size often means there is less to be found in each. Suburban homes were hit hard in the collapse, while masses. Okay. Lock storage sheds are a good sign. Somebody thinks there's something worth. Okay. Also exit. So now we can turn back on the button thing. So it appears what was happening was I was setting the wrong thing as the root, which means that as I inserted other things, they would be overwritten. That's fine. So we're going to come down here and we're going to return on our button stuff because now our button stuff should work properly. Then we come over here and we go scavenge and we go, okay, so if I scavenge this house, hey, looks like a suburban house and looks like other suburban houses, mobile homes. You can go enter. And it says scavenge, to do scavenge 4000's 0th index. And then we can go, hey, if we head back, can we go this one? Which is to say, when we click in here, we go, hey, scavenge the first index. And we go back and we go this one. And it should say 3rd index. Yay. Yay. At the moment, they don't have any fucking loot in them, but you know. Yay. Like head over here, like head over here, and then head over here, and be like scavenge, and then no worky. Yay. Okay. I'm gonna call that for today because I am struggling to think straight. But I mean that's what I set out to do in terms of like for today's stream in terms of like storage. Instead of working is to have this screen pop up. I guess we can fix the colors as well. We can set the colors back. And we can do a little bit of polish before we call it a night. Just the simple stuff. So location not loaded. Text. Okay. So we go turn this one back on because this is our gray, and then we turn this one and this one off. So now when we open it, it should look like this. Sorry, go back here. It should look like this. We could give the other stuff some background color black so that they don't look as dumb. Anyway, when we come over here and we go scavenge. Apparently we were still scavenging the wrong location. Scavenge. So I just put you, let's say, like, give you like that. Can I like shrink you down to being the same size as that? I gotta say that kind of real hitting the vibe, you know. Looking around you, there appears to be a few areas worth checking out. Looking around you, there appears to be a few areas worth checking out. I don't think I can do the audio cues though, because for some reason, like this noise, they're not in the game files, it's just saved somewhere. Yeah, look, we can go into here and we can read a little bit like blurb story, and then we can come back and we can loot it, and it goes, hey, you're supposed to loot this item. We haven't actually implemented any kind of looting stuff, but you can do it, and then you can go back here, and you know, like, oh, look, so you're going to go into here, and be like, oh, look, there's this thing, and then we're going to... Admittedly, it only works on like not just this tile, but only like that tile worth of loot. So if we like head up here and we try and scavenge forests, there's no worky because we haven't written the file for loading the forests yet. Let's like head up here. Then we can scavenge here though. Well, apparently not. Oops. It appears I have broken the game. Running end turn schedule. Open scavenge screen. Player is not a child of tile. Oops. Where did I write that? Player is not. This should definitely be error. I guess you should be like mute. Screen. Query. I don't know. Sorry, res. Mute. What in the next state? Game screen. We just want to go here and want to say that screen dot set next game screen to map. So basically, if you get here, somehow it means that like I fucked up and you just return back to the map because I don't know how I managed to set the player to not being a map tile. I also need it to like, admittedly, purely my hubris to make the animation, but it needs to not be able to do it while you're in the animation. Anyway, so we're gonna head up here. Okay, let's shorten the animation. The animation's also like stupidly long. Animation. How do I do the animation? I think that's under like. Gotta be in like here somewhere and be like can loot. No. Figure. No, that's all in basic map. So it's not gonna be in texels because here. Okay, figure. We insert figure and we move over 0.1. So it'll still be animated, but it'll be 10 times faster. It won't take a whole second for us to move one tile. Boom. We end our turn. And then we go scavenge. Hey, look, some more buildings to scavenge. And we can scavenge here too. Hey, okay. Anyway, I'm going to end the stream today for now because I am knackered. Thank you all for tuning in, and I will